whakataka te ho ki te uru, whakataka te ho ki te tonga. Kia makina kina ki uta, kia matara tara ki tai. Ehi ake ana te atakura, hei tio, hei hoka, hei hohu, tihe muriora. Good morning and welcome to the council meeting on the 10th of March. I have apologies for temporary absence from James Goff and Sam McDonald. Would someone like to move that? It's moved by Tim Scandrett, seconded by Pauline Cotter. Now, when I say all in favour, can you just put up your hands because I can physically see you, and that's the easiest way for me to manage this. So those in favour, thank you. Could non-councillors turn off their videos? Thank you. And declarations of interest, I don't have any. And public participation, we move to now. And the first two items are in relation to the Upper Riccarton War Memorial Library. So I'd like to invite Mark Gerard, Chair of Historic Places Canterbury, to give a public forum presentation regarding that matter. Thank you, Mark.
Mayor and councillors, thank you for allowing me to make this presentation. Historic Places Canterbury has concerns about the process leading up to and the decision to demolish the Upper Riccarton War Memorial Library. Our major concerns are the following: lack of extensive community engagement. HPC considers the community and stakeholders should have had a say in the future of this iconic building on site since 1918. After HPC raised its concerns publicly, a Christchurch RSA has been in touch expressing an interest. For myself, within a minute of finishing live my interview with Radio New Zealand's Jesse Mulligan, a property developer, rang asking about strengthening and costs. There is an interest in the community. HBC has received an unusually large number of emails expressing opposition to the proposed demolition. HBC has been told that regular ANZAC services with an attendance of 200 odd people, chairs lent by the adjacent Spagholinis, and a local bakery opening up early to supply food. The question really is, why will the SCC not work with the community to retain and determine a future for this building? Our second concern is no heritage assessment was included in the report to council. The council heritage team did not provide a formal heritage assessment of the building. The question needs to be raised, why were they not asked? A 1919 building called the Upper Riccarton War Memorial, any reasonable Christchurch resident would conclude it should be assessed by the council heritage team before a recommendation to demolish. Surely the CC should be leading by example. This is a case where leadership was required. Some of the councils may recall similar circumstances occurred with the Yildhurst Memorial Hall. We were given assurances then that it would not happen again. Stating the building was not listed with the Heritage New Zealand Baheri Tamahiri or scheduled in the district plan, so it has little heritage relevance. The cost, no economic use as assessed by the report's authors, are similar arguments used by property developers when they plan to demolish. Surely the Christchurch City Council can do better and lead by example. Our third concern is the council heritage strategy, our heritage, our taonga. I can find no reference to the strategy in the report to council. The question is being asked, what is the value of this much consulted and supported strategy? That a 1919 War Memorial Library building does not warrant an assessment, yet alone a reference to the strategy in a CC report. Jock Phillips, in his book To the Memory, observed there was a transition from sculptural monuments, that's the South African Wars, World War I, to living memorials, like was the numerous World War II memorial halls. This library building, a living World War I memorial, the first of 7, could be significant. It awaits the Christchurch Heritage team to make this assessment. Councillors, thank you very much.
Thank you. There are a couple of minutes left. Did anyone have a question for Mark? Yanni.
Thank you. Are you calling on us to reverse our decision to demolish it, or asking for a pause in the demolition to enable those alternative solutions to be looked at?
We're asking for a decision to reverse the decision to demolish and work with the community to find a future use for this building. That would be our primary argument.
Any other questions?
Yes, I have one,
Pauline.
please.
Yes, Pauline.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. I just want to say that I think if the community board had perhaps made a different recommendation to us, I might have personally looked at this more carefully. So I kind of apologise for that. But it seemed to me from memory that part of the issue was the cost of the repairs of the existing building. Can you see any way that there could be perhaps some sort of partnership formed to help the affordability of that?
Well, this is why the comment made by Councillor Kerr is about working with the community to find a future use of the building. As was raised, we got immediate interest once we raised that issue. As I said, I've got one organisation which expressed an interest and a property developer straight away. So obviously there is real interest in the community, but they really didn't have an opportunity, as the report says, there was no need for public engagement to work with the community to determine a use for the building and its future.
Right, oh, that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know that staff, you know, I've got a question for staff, but I wonder whether we should hear the other submission first because the two of them are so integrally linked. So thank you very much, Mark, for your participation this morning. It's very helpful. And I'll move on to Ross Gray, Chair of the Christchurch Civic Trust, on the same matter.
Just joining now.
He should be just joining now. Good morning, Ross. I'm just inviting you to present on the matter of the Upper Riccarton War Memorial Library. We've just heard from Historic Places Canterbury, Mark Gerard, and before I get staff to comment, I'm going to invite you to present your public forum presentation as well. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Good morning, Mayor Dalzell and City Councillors. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Good. Christchurch Civic Trust considers that against a backdrop of war in Ukraine, the matters around this War Memorial Library and its future take on a special focus. The life of war memorials, they are not made for the short haul. They should be as everlasting as is humanly possible. Once set in stone, as it were, they manifest memory and emotion through time, as with the Upper Riccarton War Memorial Library since 1919. War memorials are material things, some as buildings which are just as sacrosanct as statues. The shameful example of the demolition of the Christchurch Technical College War Memorial Hall in 2014, it must never be repeated in Christchurch. Their materiality is part of the climate change knife's edge we're on. As Councillor Johansson said, in effect, the greenest building is the one standing. We must conserve and not demolish. They are about collective memory. As Chris McCann's letter, which you were all sent on the 28th of February says, and George lies now forever in a foreign field, but he is remembered in that library building, which was once the heart of the rural community he grew up in. The War Memorial Library is about, this War Memorial Library is about real people and their stories. 38 Upper Riccarton young men who fought and died, including Chris's uncle George. Alongside George's name on the library honours board are 4 Upper Riccarton Rexworthy brothers, one killed in 1916, 2 in 1917, and 1 in 1942. Imagine it, the immense grief, but also the consolation that those 4 names were engraved and enshrined in the heart of Upper Riccarton. But further, Rexworthy Street, named in their honour, is the only street in an Upper Riccarton development the 1960s on land bought from Pinegould Guinness, which was not to be named after a PGG employee. This is all about deep meaning, about remembrance and stories, identity and memories, and is beyond mere dollars. Christchurch Civic Trust cannot command Christchurch City Council to retain and restore the Upper Riccarton War Memorial Library building as a memorial, but it can and does recommend that the decision to demolish be reversed, and it can and will commend the council should it act to do so. Ngā mihi.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Ross? Oh, Melanie.
Hi, Ross. Did you speak to the Hallswell Hornby Riccarton Community Board when they made their decision or recommendation to council?
No, Melanie, I'm sorry I didn't. Amongst the very many things which the Civic Trust and other heritage groups have to try and keep an eye on, it is something which I'd have to say, only dimly aware of, that there were things happening at the library, and I very much regret that I didn't get a chance to speak to that body. But I have spoken to Ainsley Walter since, and she has given me a long story about the struggles which the Library Trust had been through over the years, and I felt a great deal of sympathy for her and her colleagues.
Just in terms of the the status that it isn't listed with the Historic Places Trust or in the district plan. Do you feel that had it been part of that consideration at the time that we did the district plan, and had it been in council ownership, that perhaps we would have approached that in a different way?
Melanie, yes, I do, definitely. And it is a somewhat of a mystery why the building was never considered for either listing with HNZ or scheduling with the City Council. But I note, folks, that the architect was one Roy Lovell-Smith, who in 1905, having finished his training with George Hart, who was the architect of the Millers Building, which of course was the former City Council building, that Roy set up practice in 1905, and he was the youngest member of the newly formed New Zealand Institute of Architects. So he was a very considerable architect, and that building, I think, is a legacy of his, which I think certainly should be considered.
Yeah, we've gone to time, but
Yes.
I see Phil Major's got his hand up, so I will allow one more question.
Sorry, Phil, I'm just trying to pick where you are.
G'day, Ross. Thank you very much.
Oh, hello, Phil.
Just one question. Did I read somewhere that the RSA was showing some interest in going there because the poor guys have got nowhere to live anymore? Is that?
Yes. Yes. Phil, as I understand it, the RSA possibly has been in communication with you people. I've spoken to the president, Dennis Mardell, who expressed the view that they are very keen to find a new home and are very interested in that. But I don't know what's gone on in the background, if anything, but hopefully something can come of that, certainly. Yes.
Thank you very much. That's great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I think I've got Bruce on the line.
I'm not sure if he is here
Oh.
at the moment.
Sorry, I was expecting Bruce to be on the line, but he was on the line earlier, but I don't know that he is now. So if I can repeat from memory what I understand he would have said if he had been here, is that, an undertaking from the organisation that there will be no steps taken to demolish the building while issues around future use and funding sources for potentially alternative resolutions to the demolition one can be resolved. So I want to thank both you, Mark and Ross, for presenting to us this morning, and it does enable us to take stock and to take the matter offline and review the situation. So, of course, if council needs to revisit the resolution that it passed, based on the advice that we had at the time, and if that advice subsequently is able to be reviewed also in line with future use options and funding options, then we'll be able to bring it back. And I'm glad I asked that question, Ross. It wasn't Melanie, about the question of whether the status would have been different had it been included for consideration in the district plan at the time. Bruce Rendell has just arrived, so Bruce, I hope that you're going to say what I just said, but I'll leave it to you. The Riccarton War Memorial Library, just in terms of reassurance around plans to demolish at this stage.
Sorry, was that aimed at me, Leanne? Bruce here.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. So we're certainly aware that there's some differing views. Where we have a duty to put your decisions into effect in a timely way, but I've committed to you in writing and commit again today that we won't do anything that we will regret and that can't be reversed without coming back to you. And that's certainly important because one of my next meetings is to meet with the RSA, who have come to us with a potential reuse proposal. So I'm meeting with them very, very soon today to have that. And we're open to reuse proposals as well if others have got them, and certainly can help bring funds to this matter.
Yeah. Okay. So we're working on a no regrets basis at this stage. So there isn't the urgency to implementing the decision. So that's very good. Pauline, did you have another question or?
Just quickly, what I've heard today, I would consider as new information, Leanne.
Yeah,
so I'd be really happy to revisit it.
You might have seen that was how I was framing the conversation. Thank you. Jimmy, is that I'm not opening it up for debate.
Not debate, just ask a question. Bruce, I remember I sent an email to you because these facilities still not yet in the council on the heritage discipline review list. You told me that it will reply to me. What is update status?
Sorry, I missed that too, Jimmy.
Yeah.
I couldn't understand the last bit. You
because it is a facility, even we mentioned this memorial heritage building has not yet on the council.
No, that was the
list.
point.
When will be initiated?
That was the point that I was raising. So that is not something that Bruce can answer because he's not on the district plan team. So
but I sent an email to Bruce about 3 weeks ago. Bruce told me that would like to engage a heritage one. I have not yet get an answer.
Right. It's not a good idea to send emails to individual staff members in case you send it to the wrong one. So that's why we use the Office of the CE. But I'm not going to hold up the meeting with a lecture on how to communicate for official information within the organisation. So thank you very much, Mark and Ross. I hope that gives you some comfort that your representations have allowed things to be put on hold in the sense that there is a no regrets zone now applying to any decision around the Upper Riccarton War Memorial Library. So thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you very much, Leanne, and to councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, the next one is the Governor's Bay Jetty. Oh, sorry, Chris Dowdney, who's now there is a, so welcome to Chris Dowdney, who's just come online. Councillors may not know yet, but we have got a summary submission from Chris, which is on the it's on the website. I don't know why I'm doing that, but
Chris must have the sound coming through.
Chris, you need to turn the live streaming off your computer because you're causing this feedback, I think.
Doing that, but Chris, you need to turn the live streaming off your computer because you're causing this feedback, I think.
So much for live streaming.
It's delayed streaming, isn't it? Oh, yeah.
Well, that's good to know.
You really are.
For live streaming.
I believe I have done that.
No, it's still happening. I think we're going to have to perhaps put. Okay, that you've got it now. Thank you. But proceed.
Hello, everyone. This has been put together in something of a rush, but I'm writing to you as a City Council and Mayor regarding 86A Beachville Road. It's a 6-unit social housing site in Redcliffe. After the earthquakes, the council was intent upon evicting the tenants and selling the site. But in fact, that was after some local fuss that was reversed, and the flats remained available to their tenants. Now that an old friend of ours, the tenant of 86A Beachville Road, has moved into a rest home, we've not had a lot to do with the property, so it's a great shock to see it advertised for sale by Bailey's by deadline treaty concluding on the 17th of March. To sell a prime site to finance development in a poor location elsewhere is shockingly bad, I think, social housing policy. I'm surprised it's a policy adhered to by the council. We should have social housing spread right through the city. Furthermore, the present property managers demolished the 10 single-person units also on the site at the time of the earthquakes, when they could have been repaired and upgraded or replaced. They could still be replaced. To lose social housing with the aim of rebuilding elsewhere instead of upgrading the existing building is a very unsustainable approach, let alone the high cost of carrying out the process, that is the cost of sale, professional fees, land cost, rebuilding elsewhere. Not much of the money raised by the sale of the site will actually remain in actual social housing provision. The earthquake caused the loss of many elderly persons' homes in Redcliffe, and 86A Beachville Road remains a key surviving element in the suburb. I'm aware that the council has sort of an overall responsibility, and its trust overall responsibility to consider local priorities. Not at all, but local priorities are important, and local organisations, the Redcliffe Residents Association, for example, are available to consult and recommend with regard to the mix of tenants and the ongoing maintenance of these properties. The main point of my submission to you is to inquire whether the council is aware of the current loss of this social housing, and whether even at this late stage the action can be reversed and maybe some pressure be put upon the Housing Trust to reverse their decision. Social housing is important to the city, and it's equally important to Redcliffe. And that is my submission.
Right. Thank you very much. There's a couple of minutes, but you made it quite clear that you understand that the land is no longer the council's. It has been transferred to the Otatahi Community Housing Trust, and they're selling it for raising capital for new social housing developments.
Yes, I am aware of that.
Yep.
I think that not much of the sale price would actually end up in social housing. I think it's a shame.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Bruce is on.
Okay. Tim?
Thank you, and thank you very much for your submission. With regards to it, in your comment that not much of the sale price will be going to social housing, I mean, I would presume that all of the money would be put back from that sale is to be put back into social housing as it's being developed. And, you know, to say into poor areas, I mean, there are some very good areas that we have social housing. The Trust have social housing. Summerfield, Spraydon, Hoon Hay, there are a whole lot of areas, St Martins, for instance. But with regards to your comment about not going to social housing, where is it going?
Well, it's going firstly in fees to Bailey's, probably about 40 or 50,000. It's going to the development of a new housing somewhere else. At the moment,
that new housing is social housing, wouldn't it be?
Probably, yes, I presume it would be, but there'll be a lot of costs involved in establishing social housing somewhere else when we've got a 6 unit here now and the site, which could well be developed for further 10 or 11 units.
Were these units developed after the earthquakes? Were they demolished during the earthquakes and rebuilt?
No, they're the remaining existing 2-story building on the site. 1 unit of that was taken down, so there were 7, there are now 6, and there were 10 other single bedroom units also on the site which were damaged, and instead of being repaired or upgraded, they were demolished.
Yeah.
So there are only 6 left on quite a large and desirable site.
Yes, there's new flood levels that apply there as well. So some of the challenges for developing units of that nature sit within the reconstruction in the floodplain. So I'll just hand over to Bruce.
Yeah, perhaps the easiest is if I'll get either Kate or one of her staff from the Trust. We meet with Mr. Dudley, we can talk him through, give him the background information so he's fully informed about what's happening and so on, and the reasons why the Trust has got this approach. So I'm happy to broker that and facilitate that discussion if that would be helpful.
It would be helpful if that's acceptable to you, Mr. Dudley. I feel like you've made the effort of coming along, that you feel like it's on a deadline sale with the 17th of March. You saw this as an opportunity to bring it to our attention, and I would like staff to support you in understanding the decisions that have been made by OCHT, if that's acceptable.
Yes, I would welcome a discussion on it.
Great. Look, thank you very much for making your presentation this morning. It's what public participation is all about, and we really appreciate you taking the time and the effort to do so, and it's wonderful that you care about your community, so thank you.
Thank you for hearing me.
Thank
Goodbye.
you. Bye-bye. Okay, the next is deputations by appointment, and we have Prue Miller and Louisa Eads from the Governor's Bay Jetty Restoration Trust, who are making a deputation on item 21, and we've got items on the documents published on the hub for councillors to follow the presentation. Good morning. That's Prue and Louisa, I think I can see. Welcome.
Good morning.
You seem to be, you seem to have a view of your intended presentation.
We do.
Excellent.
Look, thank you for the opportunity to speak to our request for a community loan. I'm Prue, and this is Louisa. We're 2 of the 8 trustees sitting on the Governor's Bay Jetty Restoration Trust. As you can see, we're in front of this 300-metre long jetty at the head of Te Whakarapo, Littleton Harbour. The jetty has a very long history. It has deteriorated over the years, occasionally patched up by the Harbour Board, the council and community volunteers. It was closed to the public in 2011.
In 2015, the Council Marine Structures report estimated the rebuild cost to be $7.8 million. And this was outside of the council's budget at the time, and any decision to do anything was put on hold at that time. Members of the local community formed the trust with a mission to save the jetty. The council agreed to sell the jetty to the trust for $1 so that the trust could take control of the project manage the design and procurement, engage contractors, and complete the rebuild. To date, the council has contributed $935,000 capital to this project. The trust will be requesting further capital from council on a dollar-for-dollar basis. We have now completed design, consenting, and procurement, and we've chosen a contractor. We have a fixed price contract for the full demolition and rebuild, and we're just waiting to sign it. If the credit facility is approved by you today, then we can sign these contracts for site works, and we will commence in August this year. Based on this fixed pricing, total project cost is $3.5 million.
We just want to be really clear from the outset that this application for a loan is not about any ability on our part to raise funds. In fact, we've already raised $900,000 in funds and pro bono services. This application is simply in the interest of best value for money by avoiding delay and securing the fixed pricing that we've got.
We certainly hope that we won't need to draw down on the loan at all. But if it's approved, it means we can sign the contract, fix the price, and start the rebuild in August. This will take our fundraising campaign to the next level because we can say with total confidence to funders the rebuild will start this year.
We request that you view our application in light of all of the circumstances of this unique project. Please consider the project as a whole, not just the loan on its own. During the finalising of our design and commencement of procurement, COVID hit. As a result, there have been unprecedented material shortages and delays across the construction sector. Between 2015 and now, the sector has had a significant increase in labour and material costs, and these don't look set to stabilise anytime soon. The lead time for our Australian hardwood timber is 5 to 6 months. This order needs to be placed right now to retain our August start date.
We've investigated other options, like a staged rebuild or delaying the ordering of materials, but the increase in costs in this environment would most likely increase the total project cost to well beyond $3.5 million.
We have a community of professionals who have gifted much of their time and expertise. We've completed a thorough design and early contractor involvement process. We've been out to tender and obtain competitive pricing, whilst acknowledging local government procurement guidelines. We've negotiated ownership of all materials upon payment, allowing the council to take security if required. This is not a project in its infancy. The Trust has shown its project management abilities to date, and the project is now shovel-ready and affordable.
On completion of the project, of the rebuild, we will transfer the jetty back to the council for $1. The council will then have a brand new, compliant, one-of-a-kind jetty with an ongoing team of committed community members who have vested interest in ensuring the jetty's ongoing maintenance and protection so that it can be enjoyed today and by future generations, just as it has been for the past 150 years. This is a great example of a grassroots project, the community taking on responsibility for something that they want and love.
The key reasons for applying for this loan now are, if the loan is approved in principle, we can immediately enter into the construction and supply contracts for the rebuild. This is the only way to secure this current pricing and our start date of August. If we can't sign these contracts, then the delay would inevitably cause the total project cost to increase. And in current times, this could be significant.
If we can sign the construction contracts now, then in addition to the project cost savings, there's an added advantage of being able to announce a start date, which will spearhead the remainder of our fundraising plan by encouraging commitment as a matter of urgency to start in August. We can give confidence that this is actually happening.
The loan has minimal risk to council. If council commit in the next annual budget to further dollar-for-dollar commitment and the trust fundraises its minimum target, then the chance of needing to draw any of the loan is very low. It may only be required for contingency.
The trust can provide adequate security to the council, and the council can register this security on the PPSR to protect its interests. The trust assets will include $1.6 million worth of material, and that is the hardwood timber and stainless steel that we'll be ordering today if you approve the loan. The trust has shown commitment to this project, and we emphasise that this commitment is long term. The trust will retain ownership of the jetty until all outstanding loan amounts are repaid to the council in full, at which point the new and unencumbered jetty will be returned to the council and the trust will continue in its custodial role.
Approval of the loan allows the trust to secure our 2021 pricing and August start date, which also benefits council and ultimately the rate-paying community. Viewing our loan application in light of all of the circumstances of this whole project leads to the logical decision to approve the loan. Signing the contract now means the trust can deliver a brand new 300-metre long jetty to the council early next year, and it will cost the council just 22% of that original 7.8 million estimated back in 2015. To finish off, we want to leave you with a quote by Margaret Mead, which one of the council staff recommended we include in our fundraising proposal. "Never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has." Thank you for your time listening, and we welcome any questions.
I love that quote. I quote it often myself. Yeah, it's brilliant.
It's well used.
Yeah. Andrew.
Thank you very much, and thanks very much indeed for the presentation this morning as well. Clearly, if we were to turn down the application for the loan, that would lead, and you've made it very clear, to cost escalation, to delays, and to a general lack of security for the project. But I'll ask a more specific question. Would turning down this loan put the whole project and, in fact, the return of the completed jetty to council at risk?
Oh, look, possibly. The trustees on the board at the moment are all committed, and we will keep going. You know, we're in strange times. We know that. We will just keep going. But I mean, if we were to be all hit by a car tomorrow, there wouldn't be a trust. So I guess there's a slim risk that could happen. But be assured that we want to see this through, and we're just doing everything we can to make the project work.
And it will cost a lot more, so therefore it will take longer. So
we'll just draw it out.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No. Look, thank you very much, and thank you for what you're doing. I love the fact that the community have taken ownership of this project, and you know, every time I see another fundraising activity on the various pages that exist in Governor's Bay, you know, on Facebook, etc. I just my heart warms to the fact that it's community in action. You know, it's not a community sitting back having something done for them. It's the community proactively taking control of a situation and seeking to have things done. So I can't tell you the result of the consideration today because we haven't got to it yet, and we'll be getting to it later on this morning after the community board report. So as soon as that's on, that'll be the next item on the agenda. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. So now we've got presentation of petitions. There are none. Supplementary reports. So I'll move that the community loan application report is included in the meeting, and Melanie will second it because she's the person I can see in the room. And so I'll put that motion. If you put up your hand for aye, thank you. Yeah, that's carried. And then we'll move on to the council minutes, the audit and risk minutes, and the health and safety minutes. So would someone like to move that they be accepted in block? Pauline Cotter, seconded Jimmy Chen. Put up your hand for aye. And anyone voting no? I think Aaron's still up for an aye. Right, so that's carried as well. And so now we move to the monthly report from the community boards, and I'll intend to stop for a break at the end of these. So first, Waipapa Papanui Innis Community Board report. Emma Norrish.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. We had our first meeting for the year in February, and we had a number of reports come to our board, and I just want to highlight a couple of those decisions that were made at that meeting. First up, we approved the design for the renewal of a section of Dudley Street, but we decided we needed a site visit to look at trees and hear more information from the arborist before making a decision on the design for sections of Nichols Street and Stapleton's Road, as we were concerned about the number of trees being removed. We've now had that site visit and received that information, and that will come back to our next meeting for those two streets. We also approved the installation of 2 central pedestrian refuge islands on Langdons Road, one outside the business park and another outside Northlink retail development. As you know, we're experiencing major problems along Langdons Road at the moment. It's going to take a lot more to mitigate the impacts of the new development down there, but these refuges are a quick win and will make a difference to pedestrians in the area. And at that meeting last month, we also heard from residents in Dudley Street about the bird dropping issue, which we talked to you about last month. And at our board, we made a number of resolutions on the matter, which we hope will improve things for those residents. And we'll go to the next slide. Last month, this is an Auburn skate park. So this upgrade is finally underway after a number of delays. This will extend the skate area to cater for all abilities by adding a beginners area, and the existing area will also be improved with additional elements, and the project will nearly double the size of the skate park, and work is expected to be complete in time for the April school holidays. And next slide. Last month, we had the unveiling of these new murals at Papanui Bush, and the murals were done by a number of different Papanui High students, and they look absolutely fantastic on the front fence there. The project was supported by Papanui Rotary, and it was great to have a big turnout for their unveiling. Papanui Bush has created opportunities to strengthen the partnerships between Papanui High, Council, Rotary and the local community, and we look forward to this continuing as the project keeps moving forward. And that is us for this month. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't know whether anyone's got any questions. No? Sorry, because you've all in a little, that's better. Now I can see you all again. Don't appear to be any questions. So thank you very much for your presentation, Emma. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carolyn Potter, Waihoro Sprayed and Cashmere Community Board. Kia ora. Where are we? I've got Lee.
Oh, here we go.
And Carolyn. Right. Thank you. She's got the video on. How are you going, Carolyn? Have you got the sound on?
Unmute.
Very good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Sorry,
Perfect.
I kept tapping.
You're
I kept
perfect.
tapping it and it refused to untap.
No, it's
Kia ora
right.
tātou. We start off with the decisions made under delegations. We granted a new ground lease to Cashmere Tennis Club for a period of 33 years. We heard some considerable evidence about the benefit of belonging to the Cashmere Tennis Club, but some of it was heartrending about long-term members and the support they received from a recreational club. We, as a board, we would like to look into the fact that if they could extend some generosity to those youngsters who find it very hard to become members of a tennis club because of the cost, to see if there can be a scholarship or two invented for the local community. Where the board recommended to the mayor, who accepted our recommendation and appointed Lee Sepson to the Port Hills Park Trust Board for the remainder of the 2019-22 term. We're very glad to be back in touch with the Port Hills Park Trust Board. For a while there, we've had no representation on their board, and we feel lucky to have Lee, who is a local, to be appointed to the board. They're together with the Summit Road. They're very influential organisations that protect and support the Port Hills. We received briefings on the following topics in January, February and March: the adult playground, water supply, wastewater and stormwater, Hunter Terrace pump track and half basketball court, transport projects, trees near the Ernie Clark Reserve, which I mentioned before, and Centennial Hall and its demolition. Over page. We were briefed on the transport unit on one of our priorities, and it was an excellent briefing, and we thank the transport unit for giving us such an extensive briefing. And the new cycleway from Westmoreland to the Norwest Arc to get students safely to... We've asked for a new cycleway from Westmoreland to the Norwest Arc cycleway to get students safely to Cashmere High and other schools in our area. We've been advised by the Ministry of Education that there will be no further high schools in our area, which means that we're going to get enormous traffic along Cashmere Road from some of the Horswell developments. And we are looking to get those young people to the school safely. I stood outside Cashmere High on Ashgrove Terrace and watched the kids coming to school the other day, and there were hundreds on bikes. We look as though we're back to the 1970s and 80s when young people habitually went to school on their bikes. And it was wonderful to see all of these young people coming through the gates and on their bikes, including girls who have been absent on other occasions when I've watched the bikes coming to school. And it just shows that I think the trend against cycling to school has stopped, and the reverse has happened. And we would look forward to more children being able to come along Cashmere Road from Westmoreland and other parts around the Horswell developments to come get to school safely on cycleway. The other one was for me was that I have the entrance ways from this new cycleway on Domain Terrace is a massive bump. And that's the entranceway both to public facilities and clubs such as the Irish Hall and the High Faith Hall, which is down that right of way shown there, and into private residence is a really solid thump when you drive over it in a car, never mind what it's like in a wheelchair or for foot traffic. It's completely unlike a comparison, for instance, the new cycleway down Sparks Road, where all the entrances to public facilities and to private residents is smooth. So I'd really, really like it if I took our transport staff member down there the other day, and I'm really hoping that someone will be able to at least obviate the entranceway so that they are accessible. The one other thing I want to mention, which isn't here, is that Gareth Wright, who happens to be a City Council staff member and a very keen historian of local areas, rang me up the other day to talk to me about the history of the Marylands Reserve and the roads around it, and its dreadful and appalling incidents of and series of behaviours towards young people under their care of the St John of God brothers and others in the 20th century. And he was talking to me about the 19th century history of this land, never mind the fact that tangata whenua will have a long history associated with it as well. And the purpose of this was to say that while the history in the 20th century is something that will be a disgrace forever, and it lies in the memory of those people who had the bad luck to be under their care at that time, that there's a prior history which involved not only the Deans, of course, but Sir John Hall and his son, who created a lovely house on the land and for whom it was home from 1857 to 1915. And as I said, tangata whenua will have been there, of course, before that. I just wanted to mention that while we have a history of land that's terrible, we also have a history of the same place, the same time, where other histories are acceptable and honourable. Thank you very much. Lee's going to talk to the next two slides.
Thanks, Carolyn. This was a matter we spoke about last month. So this is the convergence of 5 roads, predominantly Centaurus, Wilson's Road. It's been a legacy issue for the board. We did a pre-engagement session last week with St Martin's School as a key stakeholder. We took some really good feedback. Councillor Scandrett was in attendance, Keir Leslie. So we appreciate that we can't always achieve what we might wish to in an ideal world, but we can make some significant changes, and we did get some good feedback from the school. So that's some really good pre-engagement there. We'll look forward to seeing the finished designs in the next few weeks. So some good pre-engagement there and some good feedback locally. So we look forward to that coming to fruition shortly in terms of a design. So that's that one. If we can move forward, please. We met with community policing 2 weeks ago. We have there's a heightened amount of vehicle break-ins at the moment right along the hills close to our recreation areas. One of those significant, one of the most impacted areas is the Port Hills Trust in terms of Mount Vernon Park. So we had an excellent deputation from the Port Hills Trust last week. Great energy in that trust at the moment, but they are experiencing high vehicle crime. When we spoke to community policing, it's not just a perception issue, it's a reality. I think that we're probably over 100, maybe 120 more vehicle break-ins per month at the moment. So it's a real scenario. They've already taken some practical steps in terms of what they might be able to do in terms of helping with sight lines, additional signage, some great support from the local community policing, but they do need some help. So that's why they spoke to the community board. So we've instructed staff to see if we can explore if CCTV might be helpful, or further staff advice, maybe some SIPTED advice, if there is anything other, practically we can do. There's no silver bullet here, but it is something that's affecting many of the recreation areas and car parks, like Horswell, Rapaki, a number of areas. So it's an issue that I think we can help with on a local level. So we look forward to seeing staff advice, to seeing if we can help with that scenario. So that's me, Carolyn, unless you've got anything else you might like to add, Carolyn.
No. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Right, so any questions? Oh, Mike Davidson and Anne have their hands up. So, Mike.
Thanks for the presentation. Caroline, in regards to your comments with the footpath accessibility, and I totally agree with that transition around pedestrian access, especially for people in wheelchairs. You need to have that smooth one. And I know there's, in the past where we've found some and highlighted, they get fixed pretty quickly. But in terms of actual residential driveways, etc., where they then go over, where they're a little bit higher, I would have thought that's though to try and create a smooth surface for the shared path, so therefore people in wheelchairs or people walking don't have to keep dipping down for every driveway. I'm just trying to work out where you get the balance to try and give pedestrian access, really good pedestrian access for people in wheelchairs, but then people using the footpath or shared paths also a smooth journey along the whole footpath instead of having to dip down at driveways.
Yeah. No, that's my complaint, Mike. And as you know, I've been doing it for years, that footpaths that dip for cars to cross them are just terrible. But it's not, once you get from one place to another, both of them are very smooth, actually, excellent, actually. This bump is a sharp, abrupt bump, just like that wide. No wide, it's only a couple of inches wide. It's not the whole of the footpath. It's only that sharp bump. And I don't know that it's even traversable in a wheelchair. I don't know if you could get the wheel in and out of that bump. So it's not the whole traverse of the footpath. They are smooth, left to right, they're smooth, and even horizontally from the hedge to the gutter, which is that it's relatively smooth there as well. But the transition is extremely sharp, and I don't know why it is. There doesn't seem to be a reason for that.
Carolyn, I think, so we're talking about the lip here, and typically if something's more than 15 to 20 mil, it isn't navigatable on a wheelchair. So if anything's more than 15 to 20 mil, it's not. So it's probably trying to address that key issue.
Yeah, I understand that transition for wheelchairs, but I'm just looking at the transition where it's designed for cars, and the potential that actually by having that lip, especially if it's quite a high traffic zone for cars, you'll actually slow them down a bit, but also trying to create that better surface for people that are using the footpath. So it's how you get that balance right. But it's some good comments, Caroline. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Anne Galloway, and then I've got
Dawn.
I've got Dawn with her hand up. So that's unusual for the chief executive to put her hand up. Dawn, did you want to intervene at this point, or no? Okay, and then Yanni.
Okay, kia ora, Carolyn and Lee, thank you. And look, like you, I'm really worried about that journey along Cashmere Road for cyclists. For a while now, I've been trying to find ways that we could make that safer, all the way from actually Sparks Road, down Henderson's Road, around past Penruddock Drive, and all the way to Cashmere High School. And have you guys met with any of the staff from the cycle team?
Do you want to answer that?
We have met. Yeah, we haven't got a finalised. Sorry, Carolyn, do you want to go first?
No, you go.
Oh, okay, so apologies. We have met with the team. We are just waiting for a finalised design. It was one of our successes from the LTP last year, in terms of bringing those funds forward to 24-25. It's now the proof's in the pudding. So we're waiting on the design. That's what we're really waiting for, and it's a reoccurring theme on a community level. So we're waiting in anticipation for that finalised design.
Well, I'd be really interested if we could have some sort of a combined with our board as well, since we kind of connect about that, because there's been a lot of effort actually and intention given to some of these parts along this, and it would be great to have a really good resolution. So thank you for that.
You're completely right. It'd be great to take it to the retention ponds as well, because they're a great recreation area as well. So yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yanni?
Yeah, thanks. I mean, just to let you know that we've got similar issues with our cycleways in my ward, where there's these big lips that have been put in. I just wonder if we can ask staff to report back on the post-construction monitoring of the design in regards to accessibility.
Thank you. Sarah?
Thanks. Yeah, I went along the Rapinoe Shagbark Cycleway and the Heathcote Express and took photos of the ones that were lippy, gave those to staff, and they've been ground down. So they are not as bumpy as they used to be. They'd been in an error actually in the construction process, and there was another one at Beachville Reserve as well on the coastal pathway, and it was actually quite an easy fix that the contractors had to do because they'd put the wrong lip in. So just working through that process is quite straightforward with staff.
Thank you, Sarah, because I've complained about it for over a year and to no avail. But when the staff member came with me the other day, they came in the car with me, so the bump was really effective. But it does look like an error because it's so different from other cycleways.
And it depends on what it's designed for. So if it's designed as a pedestrian access, or a cycle access, it is supposed to be completely smooth. Yeah. But if it's a car driveway, it's supposed to have a lip on it. So it might just be an idea as we go through these kind of projects, if we know as elected members that there are areas where people use driveways as pedestrian access frequently, that we're able to point that out to staff and they can have a different treatment to them, because otherwise it's just the construction standard that they need to meet.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just aware that we've gone well over time for this one. So, Dawn?
Should be very quick, Mayor. It's a question for Lee, and it's a reflection, Lee. There was a significant cultural difference when I came to New Zealand around people leaving things visible in their cars, their computers, their coats, all sorts of highly valuable material very visible. So I think I would like to take it offline and have a conversation with you about how we get the messages about self-help so that things are not visible in cars, because it's quite discernible.
You're completely right, and that's one of the things the police said. But yeah, we'll take that offline when we've got more time. Thanks so much.
Dawn, you should have spoken to me about 6 months ago, because I've been robbed twice, and both times I was completely at fault.
Right, look, thank you very much, and thank you, Carolyn and Lee, for your presentation this morning. That's extremely helpful. Thank you. And we'll move. Have a great day. Thanks. Thank you. And we'll Thank you. We'll move on to Tori Pedden from Te Pātaka o Rākai Hautu, Banks Peninsula Community Board.
Morena. Thank you. I hope everyone is keeping well in this environment. Just to crack off, we have had a few decisions made under delegation. The board's first 2 meetings of the year have proven busy, even as we adjust to once again to virtual meetings. Now, of course, we've had the added benefit of offering live streamed recordings for our members of the public who are keen to listen in. The board was happy to approve 2 grants from the Discretionary Response Fund to Charters Bay Yacht Club to go towards wages for a professional coach, and a second to the Ekerau Golf Club towards the hire of tablecloths, portaloos, glasses and flagpole for the upcoming centenary celebrations. We were also happy to endorse the appointment of Linda Sunderland to the Ekerau Museum Advisory Committee. The committee had its first meeting of the year on 23rd of February and shared their appreciation and excitement at having their funding restored through the annual plan. The board also gave final approval of the draft submission to Council's 27 Hunters Road and 42 Whetau Ave land options consultation. We look forward to hearing Council's decisions and hope that it also reflects the community's and board's aspirations for the land. The board also approved a Part A recommendation to Council to approve the application to encroach on the legal road at 164 Orsons Valley Road in Devotials and grant legal authority to enter into a deed of licence. Next slide. Sorry, just waiting for this slide. Thank you. In our latest meeting, the board had a robust discussion about the head-to-head walkway, as we heard a report from staff regarding the lack of budget in the current long-term plan and the inability to progress the Charters Bay section of the walkway. The board raised concerns about the pedestrian safety on the section of Marine Drive and has requested that some short-term safety improvements be put into place. The board has also requested that a meeting of the head-to-head walkway working party be convened to discuss ways in which this aspirational project can be promoted and progressed, but a bit more of that later. And finally, we accepted the Kenneth Mont Farms proposal to graze Tioka Reserve and granted a lease to graze the reserve for a period of 3 years, noting that this recommendation was in accordance with the Reserve Management Plan. 2019, the Birdlings Flat community expressed concerns over Council's plan to introduce LED street lighting throughout the city and peninsula. In 2021, the Transport and Waste Management team and the Banks Peninsula governance staff worked alongside community leaders to develop a consultation process to enable residents to choose the street lighting options that best suited the community. The result of this process showed that residents favoured a dark sky approach with minimal flag lighting or no lighting at all. So in response to this consultation feedback, a trial will be held for several months where all street lights will be turned off. The trial is timed to enable residents to experience no lighting in the warm months, then heading into the winter when days are considerably shorter. 3 months into the trial, 2,200 Kelvin warm lights that are also dark sky approved will be introduced on one street that allows residents to experience what the flag lighting options would look like. Following that trial, the committee will make its final decision about their preferred lighting options. In the meantime, a session with local police will also take place to discuss issues of crime and safety, as this was an issue raised by residents who preferred better lighting. This thoughtful thorough and collaborative consultation process has been welcomed by Birdling's Flat residents, who have expressed their appreciation at being informed and listened to. It was a wonderful example of partnership between the community, council and our board, and we look forward to seeing where the process takes us. Next slide. So community projects. The Littleton Port Company have committed to supporting local rangatihi by providing funding for a full year to the Littleton Youth Group program. This will have a huge impact, as the funding will also go towards other youth initiatives, such as a leadership and wellbeing workshop, alongside programs and activities to help support rangatihi on their future pathways. There are 2 youth group sessions that are run on a Friday at the Littleton Rec Centre, one for year 7 to 8 students and one for high school students, both of which are now managed by the community house. Teaming up to provide the youth will make such a difference to supporting higher levels of self-esteem, motivation and self-worth. This is a new partnership with the Littleton Port Company, and everyone is looking forward to a positive change and engagement and celebrating our rangatihi. Right, Head Walkway. As I mentioned earlier, the board heard a report from staff regarding the inability to progress the Charters Bay section of the Head Walkway due to lack of budget in the current long-term plan. During our discussion, the board acknowledged the challenges facing this section of the track, but felt strongly that one setback should not derail such an important and iconic project that would benefit all of our Christchurch communities. Finding ways to progress the walkway, even or especially during these challenging times, represents a monumentous opportunity for the partnership with the community, council, other agencies and organisations. The community is passionate about getting this done, and so is our board. We're keen to find opportunities for funding to work with residents and organisations to help restore momentum to the project that has all the hallmarks of becoming a cherished asset to our city and sought after destination for visitors. This aspirational project offers so much potential for connecting our communities, galvanising partnerships, building something enduring that showcases the beauty of our home and promoting the health and well-being of our tangata whenua. The board will continue to pursue every opportunity to see this project progress and urges the council to continue to support this incredible project as well. And that is my update.
Very good. Do we have any questions? No. Jimmy.
Okay, quickly, just one question regarding to your community project. Pretty good, regarding to 2 youth group the session on each Friday. But I'm not sure those photo, when those photos being taken, because I'm the home base councillor. Also, some of the the community project we have delayed due to the COVID, those Omicron, the transmission restrictions. I'm not sure yours is still okay.
I think those photos were taken a month or 2 ago. It may have even been taken late last year. So I do understand some of these projects have been put on hold while the Omicron outbreak is there, but it's just good to acknowledge funding, and these are just some fantastic photos taken by the youth group. So I don't think that's representative of what's happened in the last week or 2. So
thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you. All right, well, thank you very much, Tori. That's much appreciated, and I'll move on. So thank you.
Thank you.
The Waitai Coastal Burwood Community Board, Kelly Barber.
Yes, hello and good morning, everybody. Just like to start off with decisions made under delegation. So the first item there is the pump track. Recently we approved the updated Bexley Reserve concept plan for construction of a pump track. There are groups there building a little sort of cycling precinct, if you like, and the BMX track has moved. You can see it there in the centre of the photograph from a few hundred metres away, and then the proposed pump track is going in. It's going to have wheelchair access, which is a sort of a unique feature. there's also a learning to cycle area going in, which will be really useful for young people. It makes sense. There's parking facilities there, toilets already there, etc. And the blow carts are not too far away. So, yeah, very pleased to endorse that. Moving along to the next slide. So, recently the Natural Magic Pirates received a 2021 Civic Award. I'll draw your attention to the photo. The pirates are the two people in the middle of the photograph. So anyway, moving on. I guess they've been a feature of the New Brighton Ball in particular for almost 40 years, entertaining people every Saturday, often in conjunction with the New Brighton Seaside Market, and playing and singing for customers. They have an open music jam every Wednesday, and they're involved in every year Talk Like a Pirate Day, which is actually an international day, believe it or not. And amongst other things, they are involved in a ukulele band, and I'm sure that we will agree that there is nothing more exciting than listening to a ukulele band. Yes. Anyway, moving on to the next page, please. So Taiora QE2, during the recent maintenance break, QE2 was closed for a couple of weeks. We were really pleased to see that some doors were put in, automatic doors. Now these have really been long needed, particularly for children and I guess the elderly and disabled people who come out and use the changing area or waiting to use the changing area. And the cold draft that goes through there in winter is something to behold, but we're very appreciative of the fact that that staff took the opportunity to put these doors in, and I think these will make a real difference to people who come out of the pools and are waiting to go to the changing rooms. And can I also say how much we appreciate all the gardening work that's been done down at QE2. There's a lot of bark being put down there in the gardens and just sort of sprucing it up. So appreciate that. Thank you. Moving on to the next slide. So this is, we recently opened on last Friday, in fact, the 4th of March, the first of the new bridges over the Aotearoa Haven River corridor. Okay, so yeah, I know the heading says the Avondale Bridge, but the naming process has not actually started yet. It just describes the location. So we had a whole bunch of people who'd been involved in the project from council and the construction team, local residents come down when we open this bridge. If you look at the photo on the right, or my right, you'll see a local couple, Nick and Harriet, and their daughter Amelia, who were there for the opening of the bridge. And we thought that since this is really something for the generations to come, that we would have this family open the bridge, and they were really pleased to do so. So this links Bryamont Street in Avondale with New Brighton Road and Burwood, I guess, and it will really bring these communities together, and it will be a lot easier for people in Avondale to bike across the bridge, particularly high school students going to Shirley and Avonside. It means they avoid the busy roundabout down by the Anzac Bridge. Yeah, so this weekend on Saturday we'll also have the opening of the Dallington Landing, which we're looking forward to as well. So moving on to the next slide. Yeah, so our community board held for the first time a public forum briefing this past Monday, or Monday before last actually, which was live streamed on YouTube for the community to view. Now, we don't normally have our briefings in public, but there were some items and some groups that were talking that we thought the residents would be particularly interested in around the residential red zone and parks. And so residents submitted questions, and these were answered by the staff that present. So that was kind of a unique opportunity to do that. Yeah, so that was posted on YouTube. Interestingly enough, we had about 85 views at last count, The live streaming of our community board meetings seems to attract an awful lot more people. Maybe it's because it's a regular thing and they know that they're on, but there's a lot more people are seeing those on Facebook. But we've got to keep pushing the boundaries, keep looking for ways to engage with people and answer their questions. So moving on to the next slide. I believe that's it. So thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you. I agree with the approach around getting the next generation to cut the ribbon. I'm just thinking that that's what we should do this Saturday at Dallington as well. So you can look out for a young family to do the actual honours. That would be great.
Yes, I grabbed those people from the riverbank actually.
Yeah. Well, but this is, each community. I mean, I was their MP at the time, so I've got that's why I want to be there. But I love the idea of the actual ribbon cutting, connecting people. You and I can stand behind and let them take the glory. Yanni.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, just wanted to commend you for having your briefings in a public forum. I was just wondering the process. Did you have to get permission from the chief executive, or who made that decision that you could?
Yanni, I'm going to mute you right now. Thank you. Muted. That's the question has been asked, and there is a very clear process in terms of having briefings in open. So thank you, Kelly, for raising it and telling us about the one that you had most successfully. I'm sure that there will be plenty of other community boards that take the opportunity to do so as well. So that's lovely. Thank you. Do I have any other questions? I think we'll move on because we're at the 5 minutes. So look, thank you, Kelly. That's been a very good presentation, up to your usual high standard. And so thank you very much.
Thank you. See you later.
Now move on to the Waimero, I'm not going to pronounce it correctly, Fendleton Waimaere Harewood Community Board, and I'm going to invite Bridget Williams to present to us. Thank you, Bridget.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Kia ora, everyone. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our monthly board report. It's going to be quite straightforward. First, I'll go through the decisions made under delegations. So the next slide, please. Perfect. So obviously, there were a few that were undertaken. So there were 2 no stopping restrictions, and then we also approved 2 different grants, one from our discretionary response fund, and then the others were from the Youth Development Fund. And for the next part of our report, from what we had received and the feedback received from last month, is you would have understood that we have been going ahead with an Avonhead and Russley Community Safety Project. And from that whole initiative, we ended up summarising the survey results that came out to help understand how we can better make our community more safer, and we put that into a video. So we have the video that we would love to share with everyone today, and if tech is all prepared, then it'd be wonderful if we could show that video now.
One moment, we'll just get that working. Okay, ready?
On behalf of Waimero, Fendleton Waimaere Harewood community, I am thrilled that we are part of the Community Safety Project in Avonhead and Russley. This project came about from safety concerns raised by the community to the community board. In collaboration with like-minded groups, we came together to see how we could address these concerns. But first, to get an understanding of what was happening in the community, we sent out an initial survey to get the community's perspective. We had a fantastic response, and thank you to everyone in the community who filled out their survey. Keep watching to hear the key results of the survey, and let's learn how together and with your continued support and input, we can make this community safer.
So what did you tell us? Well, the survey showed that 82% of you feel safe or really safe in your own home. This is really reassuring news for our community, but at the same time, that shows there are people that don't feel as safe. We need to continue to do our part to ensure that lifts for everybody. The survey also showed that 73% of you feel safe or really safe in your street. Again, this is really good news, but we've taken immediate steps to ensure that those who don't feel safe have higher visibility of patrols and a range of work. The important thing is that as we get this data, we can feed it through to police so they can focus their resources as well.
Kia ora, my name's Elisa Smith. I work for Canterbury Neighbourhood Support. Neighbourhood Support exists to help you keep your homes, streets, neighbourhoods and communities safer places to work and live in. We encourage neighbours to get to know each other, look out for each other and take collective responsibility for safety and well-being. We work alongside the police, fire and emergency, civil defence, community patrols and the City Council to provide you with updated safety information. This increases your ability to be prepared when problems occur. Neighbourhood support groups are a great deterrent against opportunist crime. They've also shown to be more robust in emergencies. We currently have 90 street groups with a registered contact in the Avonhead-Russley area, which is really great, but we'd love to increase that. Anyone can start a neighbourhood support group, either an individual or get together with a small group of neighbours. A group can be as big or small and with either whom you feel comfortable with. Neighbourhood support supports existing groups and can help you set up a new group. We also have free resources that keeps your street group visible and more connected. For more information, email admin@canterburyns.net or phone our office on 353 8729.
The Christchurch North Community Patrol work closely with the police as extra eyes and ears in the community. We are one of 170 community patrols around New Zealand, and our purpose is to help the police and other agencies build safer communities. We have 2 patrol vehicles that are very active in the Avonhead and Russley area, during the day and in the evenings. Our patrol routes cover many streets as well as public places such as malls, parks, cemeteries and schools. And we also complete tasks given to us by the police. We work closely with neighbourhood support, and you as residents can request our patrols to cover your street to help with any ongoing concerns or issues. Here at Community Patrol, we are all volunteers who give up a few hours a month to this wonderful service, and we are always looking for more volunteers. So if you are interested, please get in contact with us.
You can contact them on Facebook or contact Sam on 027 632 3122 or email them on christchurchnorthpatrol.chair@gmail.com.
So one of the really interesting things from the survey was that for those of you who were affected by crime, a proportion of you didn't report that to the police. It is so important that the police are made aware of what's happening in our community. So if you are in danger or if there is criminal activity or suspicious behaviour, it's so important they're aware of it to ensure they get a real picture of what's happening and they can address it properly. There are a number of ways of doing this.
Call 111 if a crime is taking place or someone's in danger. Call 105 or go online to 105.police.govt.nz to make a non-emergency report. Call star 555, which can be called from a mobile phone. This is where you can report traffic incidents that are urgent but not life-threatening. You can also report a crime or provide information anonymously via crimestoppersnz.org or by calling 0800 555 111.
So as you've heard, neighbourhood support provides a really valuable service in our community, where streets become the eyes and ears of our community. If you've been thinking along with your neighbours about helping prevent crime, this is a really good way to get involved. Join up with your neighbours and play your part in protecting our communities.
Thank you so much for watching. It's been so encouraging and reassuring to hear how you feel safe in your community. Let's continue to work together to make this community as safe as it can be. And if you have any questions, please feel free to contact your local City Councillor, Sam McDonald, or one of the project partners directly.
Sorry, it doesn't sound loud, but I know that everyone else is clapping in spirit. So that is an outstanding piece of work. I can't see you now. Oh, Bridget, there you are in the corner. That's outstanding, and I had the advantage of looking at it before, but it is absolutely superb. Now I've got Dawn, and then I've got Tim.
I just want to echo the Mayor's words, absolutely brilliant. And we've just been talking in my team about LGNZ awards, and I'd like to consider talking with you about putting this up for a National LGNZ award.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you, Dawn. Yeah, we can chat more, definitely chat more offline. It's been a great example of working together collaboratively with all the community to achieve some really great results. Thank you.
I'll just take Tim and Anne, and then we'll have to move on, but thank you. Tim.
Thank you. Outstanding, Bridget. Absolutely fantastic. And Sam, it does support the fact that you do have a face for radio, so fantastic. With regards to one of the shots there in neighbourhood support, there was a street sign, but it also had a crime prevention camera sign. So I'm just wondering, I mean, we, Spring Cashmere, we have real concerns, as you saw, with regards to the break-ins, and we've discussed crime prevention cameras, which are very thin on the ground. Was that supplied, is that a common thing in your area, or is that supplied by you, or was that supplied by the police? Do you know much about it?
Look, I probably couldn't answer that. I'm not sure where the particular sign would have come from and whether it is something that neighbourhood support supplies either. But what I can do is after this, I'll do some digging to find out where that sign was sourced, because I mean, even if the camera's there or not, a sign definitely helps. So I'll do some digging for you.
Because we as a community board have talked about maybe looking at supplying our own or funding our own for the police or council or community watch to put up. So yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you. Anne.
Yeah, kia ora, Bridget. That is fantastic, and I've actually talked with our staff, our community board staff, to see what we can do along the same lines, because I think the information that you give in that is so important. You bring a lot of things together. You mentioned that the filming was done by a voluntary group. Is it possible for us to also be in contact with them to use them?
Yeah, so from my understanding, what we did is we wanted to, connect with someone who was going to be able to, who was from the community, and we reached out to the Christchurch Community Church, and then they got us in contact with someone who was able to help with the filming. I believe that gentleman's name is Justin. So I can do some digging as well and find out if Justin would be in a position to be able to assist. I'm going to also find out whether, Sam, you might be able to answer this, whether Justin was supported as well, because it was obviously a big effort to put it all together, but it was a great example. Yeah, Sam, do you know that?
Well, what we did, and the coolest thing about this video was certainly not my acting or my presentation, as Tim said, face for radio, but it was so cheap to do, so it was really effective locally. And it's actually it's Justin Sam's boy, but they've done it through the church. So we made a small contribution to the church in lieu of what would be normally a $5,000 production. So I think it cost us a couple $100. And I don't know if Mary Ann's on the line, but her and Natalie and the team really pulled it all together. So it was really fantastic and really cost effective. And it's actually been well received locally on our sort of community pages and stuff. So it's been a really worthwhile sort of video to have out there.
Yeah, excellent. So it might be, Anne, that you might want to connect with your own relevant community network to see whether you can support and collaborate with the people who are relevant within your ward to come together to join forces for that.
Well, okay, that's great. I understand that Sam and Bailey may be in contact with some of your community board staff as well to find that out, but that's a really good suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Look, thank you, Bridget. That was a joy. So I'm going to carry on into the last two community boards, and then we'll break for morning tea at the conclusion of the community board reports. So thank you, Bridget. Very much appreciated.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now we move on to Mike Mora from Waipuna, Hallsville, Hornby, Riccarton Community Board. Mike.
I've just unmuted. Can you see me? Yes, you can see me now. Yeah, some interesting stuff coming out of the board reports. Very, very helpful. I'll carry on with some comments after we finish with my presentation to you. So welcome from me and our Hallsville, Hornby, Riccarton Community Board to this new year. The decisions made under delegations was the additional tree removal for the South Express cycleway of Buchanan's Road and Waterloo Road. This has actually created a little bit of angst in our community, and what we'd really like to see is the trees are gone. But with the number of trees that came down and the finish from what was expected was, quite a surprise to the people in the area. So what we'd like to say, even though that decision has been made, what I'd like to suggest is that staff give consideration to all possible ways to save trees. And in the past, we have had equipment come down from Auckland, which picks up mature trees, digs them up, big scoops go under the roots, pick up the tree, and then you can take that tree and to another area, and another machine scoops a big hole out of the ground, and then that tree's put in. So Rod Werity in the past and I used to go around parks and have a look at where we can relocate trees in parks, all that sort of stuff. And I'd just like, the possibility of that going back. So that's something that I just wanted to raise, is it has created a lot of angst in our community. And with the big tree loss in Buchanan's Road, and at the same time with the big tree loss in the old Sockburn Service Centre site as well, as people are saying, oh my God, what's happening? So just an awareness that there are other ways. And the other thing that I see around some parts of the city is where they actually build a little ramp over the tree roots so it protects them, wooden bridges over them. So if consideration could be given to that, that'd be much appreciated by our board and no doubt other boards as well. The other thing that we've done is dedicate a road reserve in a little part of the industrial area of Hornby to road reserve. The reserve is the road depot, and the discretionary response funds. This is an interesting one too. At one stage, Hallsville Scouts, this is in the last 5 to 10 years, was the fastest growing scout group in the country. But anyway, we've given them some money towards the replacement of their scout den roof. Next slide, please. And we've also swimming accessibility and activation funds were allocated to the Templeton Resident Association towards the Templeton Community Summer Pool Party, and St Thomas of Canterbury College on behalf of Pacific parents towards a Pacifica pool party. So those were very much appreciated and well attended. Disc golf in Warren Park. Now the funding has been received from the RADA Foundation. Thanks very much. And the course is now fully funded and will be installed this year. So we're really, really looking forward to that. That's a growing sport. And also, who's your local heroes in our areas? And it's time for nominating people for Community Service Awards and the Youth Service Awards. So those nominations are open now till the 14th of April. So please be active in your community and encourage other community groups in our area to put their nominations in for the local heroes in our ward. And the Riccarton Sports Hub Holiday Festival, that was very, very successful. And seeing these young people taking part in these sporting activities with the help and guidance of specialist staff, to actually introduce them to the different sports and the
Mike, you're going to have to. Sorry, Mike, I'm interjecting, but you're going to have to hurry up. You've hit your 5 minutes already, so there's going to be no time for questions. So do finish your presentation quickly.
Okay. Then to the next one, please. Any questions? Thank you. I did have a couple of statements I wanted to make, though.
Well, just be very quick because I'm going to move on. But no, there's no time for questions.
Okay. No, well, I'll go offline with the other things I wanted to say. That's okay then. I don't want to hold your meeting up. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. I'm sorry, Jimmy. There's no time for questions. Thank you very much, Mike. And we are following up on the issue that you raised at the outset of your presentation. I think you spent a bit of time on that, which is probably why your presentation went to the limit of the time available. So thank you for raising that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great. The next one is Waikura Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board, Alexandra Davids.
Kia ora koutou. Thanks so much for having me with you this morning. Going to crack straight into it. So the board have had residents of Dawson Street attend a recent board meeting. Now, Dawson Street is recognised by council as a Wurnoff Street, and that is a pedestrian walkway. Our board have all signed our sustainability charter, and within this advocate for more active transport where possible. And we believe it makes sense to see more of these streets in the central city. The board also have made safe and accessible streets and footpaths a priority this term, especially in the central city, again, when we're promoting a more pedestrian friendly and walkable inner city. Now, the issue that we're having with Dawson Street is in 2015, they had 20% of their road resurfaced in asphalt. The rest is currently in chip seal, which is obviously not appropriate for pedestrians. The board have asked for advice around the cost of resurfacing to carry on what was started in 2015 with the asphalting rather than the recommended chip seal. So in order for a better outcome for the street and community as a whole, we would like to see more conversations being had around this prior to work starting. Next slide, please. And I'll just recognise we've got an extra L in Isla's name, but the board funded Isla Cook from our Youth Development Fund to attend the Hillary Outdoors Get to Go Challenge Nationals held in Tongariro. She thanked the board via email for the opportunity and said it was challenging, fun and an amazing experience. These experiences are so important for developing our tamariki, and we'd also like to say a massive congratulations to Isla and her team as they actually won second place. So massive well done to them, and I think it's really exciting that as community boards and council we get the opportunity to help some of our youth attend these really important things within their social and schooling groups. Next slide, please. We just wanted to give you a quick update around Phillipstown Hub. We have some really good news for the team there. After continued discussions with the Ministry of Education, the Hub are currently in the process of signing another 18-month lease. And this is obviously going to give them more time to work on, hopefully, securing that hub space for the future. So well done to them as well. Next slide, please. Our bus exchange. So we recently had a public forum regarding some of the issues being experienced with the safety on buses and at our bus exchange. After our public forum, we have had others from the community come forward and express concern. Whilst we're aware that this is generally an ECAN issue on buses, Christchurch City Council look after the security at the exchange. And we are seeing issues there, especially in the earlier hours of the morning before security arrive. As a board, we believe if we are promoting the use of public transport, our exchange should be a place where all can feel safe. And next slide, please. Just in regards to consultations, we have the Lower Apawaho Heathcote River Guidance Plan that is going out for consultation by the end of March, and consultations that have just gone to completion. We have the Linwood Village, and we also have Lancaster Park. And I just wanted to touch on Lancaster Park, thanks to Councillor Potter at our last meeting bringing up the opening. There had been several different meetings, and I just wanted to confirm that there won't be an opening on Anzac Day, but the park will be open for use to the public on Anzac Day. So that is a fabulous thing for the community. All finished. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. 4 seconds left. No questions. Look, thank you very much, Alexandra. And look, I do apologise to... Sorry,
Ms. Mayor, I had my hand up.
Sorry, I can't see your hand. I don't know why. I presume it's because you don't have your camera on. So, yeah, that's better. Now I can see you. So, thank you.
Just a quick question, and it's a bit of a follow-on from the video we saw earlier of Sam selling real estate. The possibility of the bus exchange to use the community patrol groups for the security issues, has that been looked at?
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. That's actually something that we have spoken about, either potentially looking at community patrol, or also we have the Māori wardens in our areas that we could be reaching out to as well. We also discussed prior to the meeting this morning, perhaps looking at a joint way that we can move forward with ECAN as well.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much for raising that as an issue, Alexandra. I think it's very important that community boards do play a leadership role in assisting these areas, and it does tie in with the video as well, so it's great. Look, I just wanted to apologise to community board members. I didn't manage the time of that very fairly, I think, and that's because one of them got away on us and was well out of time. So I do apologise to the later ones who got sort of probably less time than some of their predecessors, but we'll make sure that we get it properly managed in the future. So thank you very much for your understanding. So we'll move on, and we will adjourn now for morning tea. It is 11:17, and yeah. I'm going to say that I will start the meeting on the dot of 11:35 because that gives you literally 15 minutes you know, if I say, yeah, but just aim to be back here as quickly as you can so that I can start on the dot of 11:35. Thank you. Kia ora everyone and welcome back. We will get the meeting back underway and we will now move to the community loan application, Governor's Bay Jettic Trust, which was the subject of a deputation this morning, and staff have got a presentation for us. I'll hand over to staff. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you, Mia. So a brief presentation just to give context and clarity regarding our staff recommendation. So firstly, the report and the recommendation are regarding the loan. So just to be clear, this isn't a report that's seeking to assess the value to the community of the jetty, nor is it in relation to any kind of annual plan bid that is being suggested that may come from the Jetty Trust or from the community. Another thing we'd like to clarify is that there has, in relation to that annual plan bid, there's been discussion from parties regarding an agreement or potential of matched funding, $1 to dollar, and we just want to clarify that there's no record of an agreement to that. The grants to date have been clarified of what they are, and there's potential that the Trust will request further grant funding. So with that in mind, I just wanted to present some of the figures in a format that's nice and straightforward so everybody can take a look at it. So the total rebuild the Trust has projected they've got with a fixed price offering is 3.5 million, but that doesn't include their contingency of 10%. So they've raised some funds to date, both in cash and pro bono contribution, and they've raised grants from council itself, which leaves a shortfall of 1.66 million. Their loan request and the dollar amount of that has just changed at various times based on updated figures, but the one that was the official one in the application back in late January was this figure we've got in front of us, and the proposed method for repayment of that is through a mixture of a council annual plan bid and their fundraising plan, which their own figure of what they think they're likely to be able to raise is 850,000. So just to be nice and clear, the Trust themselves are proposing that council's grant contribution to this is 1.75 million, and then a loan on top of that, assuming that their fundraising goes ahead, our loan exposure would remain at 725,000, and then it would be pending an annual plan decision, which isn't the subject of this report. So council's total contribution would be approximately 2.5 million towards a $3.5 million build. So to talk about the loan and I guess the risk to council as it considers this opportunity, or considers the application. So for that loan, it is implied that the Trust need that along with the 400,000 they have been speaking about putting a request into the annual plan. So it's the 400,000 plus the loan gives them the full amount from where they sit currently. So another aspect of that exposure or the risk is the fundraising. So we've looked at the Trust fundraising plan, and they've got a number of a good breadth of types of fundraising, from events to sales to high net worth people donations, and I think that figure is a reasonable one they've given. However, when we're considering the covering of loans and the repayment of them, we don't generally consider fundraising to be a reliable source of income when we've looked at other community loans. That'll be around we look at the trading value of that organisation, and the fundraising is kind of considered high risk revenue. So another, I guess, part of the risk of this, if this loan decision is made, it's reliant on the further, what the Trust are calling matched funding of a further 415,000 through the annual plan, which at this stage is unknown whether that is to go ahead or not. But if it weren't to go ahead, then the Trust would need to fundraise for that further to be able to repay the loan and therefore not impact the ratepayers. And the final aspect of this is the contingency. So the figures we showed earlier didn't involve the contingency. So should that need to be used in the rebuild, the Trust would be short in terms of repayment and would need to look to a way to fundraise that without it costing ratepayers. So the final thing I'd like to say before I welcome questions is just on security. So normally with community loans, part of the requirement is that an organisation provides suitable security against the loan. In this instance, the trust isn't able to give us security of 1.5 million or 1.6 million. They can provide some security through some items that they have presented to you in a memo just earlier this week. However, it doesn't come to that figure, and the figures they have presented are their cost figures of things like timber, not necessarily the value or the resale value they could make with that to then repay the loan, particularly if the project gets underway and they start using that timber, its resale value obviously would decrease somewhat. And so that gives a snapshot for why we're recommending that council doesn't go ahead with this loan at this point. However, it leaves open the opportunity for the trust to get further ahead on its fundraising down the line and come back at a later stage when less fundraising is required and there's a greater likelihood that any loan would actually be repaid. So, and again, just to finally say that this isn't any kind of critique on the trust. They're hardworking and they're committed to their community. This is our assessment of the loan request. So, welcome questions.
I do apologise. So I do understand that councillors have been considering the deputation that was received this morning and have potentially got a recommendation to adopt or agree to the loan. But before we do that, I'll just open it up for any questions that you have of staff. I mean, I accept that staff are required to give us the advice, but ultimately it is a council decision as to whether there is an assessment as to the position of the community that might differ from that. Sarah.
Thanks for that. When it comes back to a couple of things, when it comes to paying back the loan, do you think that there's a risk that fundraising to pay back a loan would be more difficult because people will go, well, it's just a council, they could write it off, that kind of thing? Or do you think that the that fundraising ability will stay the same the whole way through?
Sam?
Yes, I think that is a risk. It's a little bit chicken and egg. You would have heard from the trust deputation this morning that they want to launch, that they've announced the launch of the project, that the build date's set, and that will help attract donations, and that may well be true. But on the other side of the coin, which is included in our staff report, there's also a risk, particularly once the jetty is built or well underway, that seeking donations for a jetty that's already built when the donation is simply going to repay the council does seem a harder sell. People are usually happy to pay their rates, but not necessarily make donations. So, and we've made a comment in the report about that risk.
Yeah. And is there a way of, so I know that at the beginning of this term we made a loan to the Madras Square group, but to mitigate risks we staged the loan based on various sort of target points. And I'm just wondering if that was a possibility with this one, or if it's kind of an all or nothing.
No, it's not really all or nothing in a sense. The loan facility of 1.5 is all or nothing, so that they can go ahead now and sign that construction contract. However, that facility doesn't mean an immediate drawdown. Were the council to make an option to give a loan, then the drawdown would be on a needs basis. And I guess the facility's there, so they could, in theory, they may need to draw down the whole lot to complete the project, or if other aspects such as an annual plan bid or fundraising is successful, they may not need to draw down very much. But I guess once the council approve that facility and they make the commitment to the build, then that's fully at risk. But we would only, council staff would only enable drawdowns as required throughout that build project to limit that risk exactly as you've suggested.
Okay, thanks.
Tim. Sorry, I've lost Tim. Oh, there he is. Tim.
Thank you. Just wondering, Sam, with regards to risk profile, is there much similarity with the Edgware pool?
I haven't been involved in the Edgware pool, and they haven't got a loan request through the community loan scheme, so I can't comment on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Sam?
Hey, yeah, thanks, Sam. Look, sorry, and it's probably just the technology. I'm struggling to get the agenda back up on my screen. It's just cut out. Can you just remind me, if we were to build this jetty, what it would cost? I think it was about 8 million, wasn't it? Or 7.5?
Yeah, so back in 2015, it was looked at 7.8 million for council to rebuild it, and then the decision was made not to.
Yeah, so this is substantially lower. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm sure it'll pop back up on my screen at some stage. Thanks, Sam.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Sam. So, Andrew, I understand you and Sam, is that right, to move and second the recommendation that we grant the loan?
Yeah, I'm very happy to move this.
And happy to second it.
Right.
Unless someone else wants to. But
We're just going to pop the resolution up on, because I'd love to sort of see whether I'd get away with sight unseen resolution, but I wouldn't do that to anyone. So if we could get that back on the screen so that councillors can see the rewording. So this is that the council grants a council loan facility of up to 1.575 million for up to 5 years to the Governor's Bay Jetty Restoration Trust in order for it to sign a construction contract. Can we just change the spelling of principal to PAL, please, just before I choke? And then end up, A as well. Yep, stands for principal sum, so that's why. Resolves that the loan is conditional. People can read all that, or okay? Do you want to just take a minute to read it? Do you want to scroll up? Oh, that's it. An A on its own. Okay, so the mover and seconder, that you're comfortable with that?
Yep, very comfortable.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, right. Well, I'll open it up for debate. Yes, Andrew.
Thank you. Now, I appreciate the reasons for the staff recommendation, and I thank staff for the work that they've done with the group and for the presentation of the report this morning. If we go right back to when the new council took office in 2013 after the earthquakes, and there were a number of facilities around the city that were in need of repair and reinstatement. We talked a lot at that time about community partnerships, about match funding opportunities, about community-led earthquake recovery projects. And in various strategic documents since then, we've talked about enabling communities to own their own future, and we've expressed other really positive aspirations and plans around community partnership, around co-governance, around shared responsibility, community ownership, community placemaking, and so on. The Governor's Bay Jetty Restoration Trust is really representative of all of those partnerships, those strategies, those aspirations in action. And we're fortunate to have the quality, the calibre, and the commitment of the trustees, some of whom we heard from this morning, driving this project. So in my mind, it makes perfect sense to support the project, to allow for the timely purchase of materials and signing of contracts, to avoid cost escalations, and to provide confidence that the project can proceed quickly. I think it's worth noting that the jetty was a council asset, and it will be a council asset again in future once the project's complete. But more to the point, the work will have been done in a way that's community-led, community-owned, and a whole lot cheaper, substantially cheaper, in fact, as we've just heard, than the way that council would have delivered it if indeed we'd been able to do this ourselves. So what we're looking at is a unique situation in unique circumstances, and I think we need to look at the security situation in that context. So there's no security available to the extent that would be normally required, or there's not the amount of security that would normally be required, but that's actually because of the particular circumstances of this project. So this is, in my mind, community action at work. The sense of community ownership is obvious through the fundraising work that's already happened and that's planned, through the regular meetings, the trust meetings, and the strategic approach of the trust, and its very capable and very committed trustees. I've attended a number of fundraising events, and I'm confident that the fundraising ability of the group and the confidence that they've expressed is there. And I'm also very aware of the commitment of the Governor's Bay community and well beyond to this project and to fundraising as well. So approving this loan will provide the confidence to sign the construction contract. It may or it may not need to be drawn down or fully drawn down for the reasons that have already been made clear. But we've got an opportunity in front of us today to support this, to provide confidence and to allow the project to proceed in the best way. I believe we should take that. So I'm very pleased to have this in front of us to be able to support it today. I've been a strong supporter of this project since its inception, and I'll be supporting it today and encourage others to do the same.
Thank you. Sorry, it's harder for me to see from this angle. So I've got Phil Major, James Goff and Pauline Cotter.
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
Yep, that's fine.
Yep, fine. I with you totally, Andrew, on this. I went and saw these guys. I've never come across such a passionate group of people who really know what they're doing. And as you said, they are in effect saving us $4 million, because if we did it, would have been the thick end of 7.5. They're doing it for 3.5. You know, a lot of pro bono work has been done. It's a good benefit for the community. All the deck timber has already been cut from trees in Banks Peninsula, and it's all ready to go and ready to be installed. And the guys have even gone to the point of using the offcuts of the deck timber to make outdoor furniture, and they're selling that. To, you know, they're so passionate about it. But the fixed price contract that they've managed to get is very important. And one of the exciting things about it is the pro bono work has created, they've got their consent and they're ready to go. It's not as if it's a pipe dream and it's way down the track. The minute they sign this thing, these trees will start to be, I think I've got this right, harvested over in Australia. They're going to be cut down yet and then put in the boat and then put in the container and brought over here. So the lead-in time is quite long, but I fully support this. This is a fantastic thing, and we end up, as you say, getting the jetty back. So it's going to be good for everyone to use. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie? Oh, James?
Thank you. Yeah, well said from both Phil and Andrew, but I tend to agree. I think, in my view, the community loan scheme is an ideal mechanism to help this community reinstate a key piece of local infrastructure that's been sorely missed. And I think, for me, it ticks a number of boxes, but in particular, it's about enabling a local community to deliver something and have ownership in something themselves that, were we to do it, would be costing us significantly more and taking a lot longer. So this is a passionate and committed group. Personally, I want to commend them, but I think more importantly, I want to be part of a council that gives them a helping hand to achieve this. And I just think it's superb. So well done them, and I'd implore you to support this. It's a very, very good cause.
And Pauline?
Thank you. Look, I'm not going to repeat what these other guys have said, even though I was going to say the same thing. But I just really think that one of the staff's reasons for the recommendation was, you know, they had doubt about the fundraising because it's not a guaranteed form of income. But I don't have a doubt. I think this is an incredibly capable group that's proven to us that they are delivering. So therefore, I see this as an extremely low to zero risk. I really do. And the other thing I like about this group is they've got vision. I love the way that they're wanting to relocate the old Canterbury Yacht Club and the Motorboat Club from Littleton to this area once they've done the wharf. And this is exactly what we want to see. We want to see activated communities that work together, delivering their own projects that they've all agreed upon that they need in their communities, not us telling them what they need. They know what they need. And then we need to walk beside them and support, though. So what they're going to do with their energy, their vision, and the thousands and thousands of volunteer hours that they're putting into this is they're going to create an amazing community hub that brings the community together and creates resilient, strong communities. And that is what I'm so passionate about there. So for that reason, I'm really, really happy to support this today. And I know they'll do well, but I repeat again that if there's anything council can do to help them apart from this loan, there's other ways we can make things easier for them at times, that I really want a commitment from our staff that they will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy Chen.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just briefly, yes, because we recall this trust and make the submissions during our long-term frame for at least a couple of times. We all was impressed with the presentation, because they are keen, as a community and working together. And also this is a community leader for fundraising to make that happen. And also council policy, we encourage, community, they can take a lead to regarding to those community facility, etc. That's very, very crucial and important. And also we review to the different quote. Another cost, the council one is $7.8 million, but they can make it happen. You sign a contract, it's only $3.5 million, much cheaper. So this fixed price contract, I think, is very, very crucial. One expect to make it more certainty. The other one, no potential cost escalation. That's very, very the crucial and important. So I fully support this one. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So if all councillors could turn their cameras on, so that just requires Catherine Chu and Aaron Kewen to put your cameras on. And that way I can now invite you all, those who support the resolution, to put up your hand. And that very much looks like a unanimous decision, so I don't need to call for those opposed. Well done. Thank you very much. Right, yes, clapping there, I can see in the background. So thank you. The next item on the...
And Leanne, just on that one, thanks to Glenn for accepting the late paper to make it work as well. So it wouldn't have happened if she hadn't pushed it on Friday night.
Sorry, that you turned into a Dalek there. So essentially that was an acknowledgement that the Chief Executive accepted a late paper onto the agenda, and thank you, Sam, too, for bringing it to our attention so that it could be dealt with in this way. And thank you, Sam, too, for your presentation. Thank you. Right, so now we move on to the Mayor's report, and I'm just tidying up one of the recommendations. That this is the challenge of doing a Mayor's report and putting it down to the wire to get it in on time, and unfortunately it hadn't been tidied up around the name of the Canterbury Earthquakes Royal Commission report, and I just made up a name for it that wasn't right, and the resolution didn't quite accord with the intention that I wanted to address. So I just wonder whether could you just pull those the recommendations down, because I just want to go through the recommendations that go with this. No, that's fine. The recommendations that we'll deal with on top of the report. So I'll deal with the report in a minute, but to note that the Mayor has appointed Lee Sampson to the Port Hills Park Trust Board for the remainder of the term. I'm going to ask that we appoint myself, the Chief Executive, and 4 to 6 councillors as Christchurch City Council attendees to the Local Government New Zealand 2021 Conference and Awards. Appoint the Mayor as the presiding voting delegate and Councillor Cotter as the alternate to attend the LGNZ AGM, which is held at the same time, or maybe not. Continue to make arrangements for the names to be read in a minute silence observed on the 22nd of February, 12:51 each year at the Oimanawa Canterbury Earthquake National Memorial, and continue to plan and deliver civic memorials to mark significant 22nd of February earthquake commemorations in consultation with the Quake Families Trust, including significant milestone anniversaries such as the 20th anniversary, and to mark the next anniversary post the COVID environment when international bereaved families can and wish to visit Christchurch in consultation with those families. So I know that a number of the Japanese families were very keen to join us for the 10th anniversary, and were not able to do so because of COVID. And I think it would be entirely appropriate to actually deliver a significant civic memorial when they are able to come. And this is the one that I've just been working on the wording of. Request staff report to Council on the status of outstanding recommendations of the Canterbury Earthquakes Royal Commission report, noting that the 20th anniversary of the finalisation of that report occurs in November this year, and to recommend any steps the Council could take to address them. So the reason that I'm doing this is that I've obviously been working closely with representatives of the Quake Families Trust, and there are some outstanding issues that haven't been resolved from the recommendations of that report. Not all of them relate to the Council's activities, but a number of them do, and some of them relate to central government. The recommendations, I think it's worthwhile that staff actually bring a report to us on the status of outstanding recommendations, and that they come to us with recommendations as to how the Council could address them. And that may be alerting central government to them. I know that there are a couple of issues that specifically arise from our experience here, which I have constantly raised at select committee hearings over and over again as I've tried to get people to understand the significance of the difference between the Building Act's requirements around earthquake-prone buildings and dangerous buildings that would be subject to further damage or the risk of coming down in an earthquake. So it doesn't apply to them all, but it applies to a significant number of them. February was quite a challenging time, obviously, to address a number of these events in relation to the COVID rules. The blessing of the new site of sensitive earthquake building materials at Bottle Lake Forest Park, that is going to be the most extraordinary place, and it is going to be open later this year, and it is, I think that councillors are going to really appreciate, as will the people of Christchurch, the extraordinary effort that has been gone to really represent an environment that creates a place of solace and solace and peace for those. It's a living memory, really, for those that died. I just do want to touch on the Adelaide Sister Cities 50th anniversary virtual event. We actually had to do this online, but you'll see on the left-hand side the image of the incredible carving that will be gifted to Adelaide at an appropriate occasion to recognise this very special anniversary, and the Gorna shield that sits on the right-hand side, which was gifted to Christchurch and which is here. I don't know that we've found a place to locate it yet, but we will put it in a place of honour. And I had the absolute privilege of welcoming the ICC Women's Cricket World Cup captains to Christchurch. It's going to be incredible that we not only host a semi-final, but that we'll be hosting the final. And you know, it is really looking forward to a fantastic series of games. And I've just got the standard stuff that I've got. So and finally, I've just added the series of resolutions that arose from people expressing great concern around the council table about the events with Russia invading Ukraine and the impact on our Ukrainian community here in Christchurch, and a desire to express our solidarity with them and to join the government in its condemnation of Russia for this. The other thing that is listed in here is an acknowledgement that this is directed to the government of Russia, not to the people of Russia. And there are people in Russia who are not being shown what Russian community members can see here without the closing off of access to truthful information about the invasion in Russia itself. So I'm happy to move those, but I'll open it up for any questions that people have. But I will need the screen up because I can't see. Right. Does anyone have any questions? If not, right, do I have a seconder for the series of motions there? I've got a spoilt for choice now. I'll take Melanie Coker because she was in the building earlier on. And Yanni, did you have a question, or do you want to open up the debate?
Yes, sir. I did have a question. Have those resolutions been circulated to us, just around the bottom ones?
Sorry, I thought that they had been. Sorry, and that's my fault. We added to the ones that you already had received before to pick up on some of your recommendations, Yanni.
I appreciate that. I just can't see them. The question I had was around the Mayors for Peace.
I'm just going to get it put back up.
Okay.
So you've got note that in late February, Russia invaded Ukraine in an unjustified and flagrant breach of international law, etc. Note that New Zealand's strong condemnation is of the Russian government and not the Russian people. Note Christchurch's history and connection to the peace movement were instrumental in the city becoming New Zealand's first peace city 20 years ago in 2002. So it's a significant anniversary. And earlier, a member of the member city of the Mayors for Peace Network in 1988 acknowledged the impact the war is having on our Ukrainian community in Christchurch and express our solidarity with them. Joins the New Zealand government in condemning Russia's actions and advocating for peace, writes to the Mayors for Peace Network outlining the council's position, and requests council staff to report back as soon as possible on what practical things can be done to provide humanitarian assistance to the Ukrainian people in Christchurch and in the Ukraine.
Cool. So the only question, and thank you for that, just the Mayors for Peace, I just wondered, because there are very specific cities that are in Ukraine, and so I just wondered whether, there could be a focused letter to the cities in both Ukraine and in Russia. I don't know how that network operates.
Look, Yanni, I'd rather. There is a war going on at the moment, and I understand what you're trying to say. I would rather that we simply wrote a letter to the Mayors for Peace Network, which they can put through their networks, targeting city mayors in Russia at this time is very challenging, as it would be in Ukraine. So I just would ask for your forbearance in that regard. I think the best way for us to make a communication of this nature would be through the network.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's cool.
Thank you. Yep. All right. Are there any other questions, discussion? I'll put the motion. I got a seconder. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, put up your hand. And those opposed. Thank you. Right, so that's moved on to the, how are we going? 12:11. We're going well. International Relations Policy Framework. I've got Matt Nichols in the room. and he's got a presentation for us. Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors. So this is a proposal from a large group of groups and organisations across the city to select 4 priority relationships for our city's international engagement. Council approved the high-level policy framework in 2019. Since that time, the group has had a fresh look at the world. We have factored in the considerations and uncertainty around COVID-19, and we've agreed on 4 key partnerships together. The group believes that these partnerships will accelerate the city's post-COVID economic recovery through taking a citywide approach to how we connect with the world. We believe it will grow our connections with international centres of skills and talent and customers, and it will allow the council to show leadership in the city's international ecosystem. So just to jog your memory, why an international relations policy? Because so much of what we do as a city and so much of what the organisations and groups in our city do is dependent on international relationships. We are lucky in Ōtautahi that there is a strong desire to work collaboratively, and we have proven as a group that collaboration really works, and it results in initiatives and knowledge transfer and deals and customers for our city. There's been a long-held eagerness to make a better use of the mayor and councillors as key diplomatic tools, because in lots of parts of the world, mayors and councillors have real weight and gravitas and can open doors that couldn't otherwise be opened. And what we've found is that the work that we've done as a city until now has been mainly reactive, and it's been hard to say no in the absence of a prioritisation framework. So this is what you agreed to in 2019. Just to highlight for you again our priorities, they are to strengthen international connections to attract and develop the best talent and ideas, and increase the well-being of Christchurch citizens through a prosperous economy. So it's an economic growth focused strategy, while however retaining the important connections to people links in sister cities. Here are the founding members of the framework, and we want to emphasise that we want this to be organic and evolve over time, and we want for any other actors in the city with significant international interest to be able to join. Like, for example, the cluster of businesses that now make up our city's expanding aerospace sector. So what we've done, we've agreed together that we want to collaborate and go deep in a small number of places, because being targeted as a city, and we acknowledge that we are in global terms a small city with a finite amount of resource, being targeted helps us to prioritise and play to our strengths. And these partnerships would receive the priority support of the council's elected leadership and organisation. And we would take a holistic citywide approach to these. So here are our 3 proposed citywide focused partnerships. The first is Guangdong Province in China. We already have good links and connections into Guangdong Province, China. We are a formal friendly city with the city of Shenzhen. Guangzhou is an important export destination for us, and until recently we have had a direct flight link active via China Southern Airlines, in which we hope to re-establish again in the future. We have a New Zealand Consulate General run by the central government in Guangzhou, and they are very eager to see more of us as a city. So it's just a good fit overall for the group. Republic of Korea, likewise, a very good, strong fit and alignment overall. The Republic of Korea is an important Antarctic gateway partner for us. So that means that we have connections into Incheon and Busan already, and of course our sister city of Songpa-gu. It's also of high interest to our city's secondary school education market, whereas Guangdong Province and the United States West Coast are of interest to our tertiary education providers. and the United States West Coast. So these, like Guangdong Province in China and Republic of Korea, are important global economies in their own right. We have the Antarctic program connection there. We are hoping to be able to confirm an American Airlines direct flight into Los Angeles very soon. We have our sister city of Seattle that has huge potential for us. And once again, just very good complementarity and alignment across the combined interests of our group. We have a different sort of a relationship that we're proposing for Australia. We're proposing that it be designated as a foundation and recovery partner. And that's to acknowledge the really special relationship that we've always had with the Australian people, and particularly, of course, our sister city of Adelaide. Australia is going to be very important for our city as we look to bounce back quickly and strongly from the economic impact of COVID-19. And we're working really closely with Christchurch NZ and the airport company and others on that. So the benefits. We expect that taking a citywide approach, a Christchurch approach to working together internationally, will yield knowledge transfer and the things that really matter to us, and particularly Christchurch NZ's 4 super nodes. But also, of course, climate change adaptation and resilience, which is a priority for the council organisation as well, and for lots of other organisations in the group, obviously. We're hoping to see a recovery in skilled migrant and international student numbers as a result of being targeted and joined up in the way that we approach key international markets, as well as new and returning air links, increasing business connections and exports. And ultimately, this is about Ōtautahi showing leadership as a strategic, well-joined up metro centre for Aotearoa. So if this were adopted today, the council and our partners would be publicising these new partnerships as the 4 destinations that Christchurch Inc. Wants to prioritise in the world. Noting, of course, that this will not stop any of the partners in the group from working in other destinations as well. We will be developing detailed citywide work plans for each of these, and which we would be reporting back to you, the council, along with a reporting framework and KPIs. So with that, thought we'd invite questions and comments.
Thank you. Would you like to just expand a little bit on the significance of the engagement with other agencies, so that this is not the council strategy, but it's a city-wide strategy?
Yes, thanks. So until the development of this framework, the Christchurch City Council essentially had its own international relations policy. And the policy at that time was about prioritising our sister city relationships and just exploring links and areas of mutual benefit with them. What we heard from the wider international relations community in Christchurch is that they were very keen to put the city's civic standing and mana, and the mana of the mayor and councillors, they wanted to put you to work for their objectives as well. And they have a lot of objectives and interests in the world. So what we did was started comparing the respective priorities of these organisations, and we came up with a methodology for comparing areas of relative importance. And so this is about taking the city's international work in the future away from just a council-only approach to a true citywide approach.
Is your microphone on?
My apologies.
Yeah,
My apologies.
can
Okay,
hear from you.
we can all make mistakes. Thank you. I was commenting on geopolitical issues as identified in the report, and I guess the challenges, some of the policies of other governments, like Australia's deportation of people in circumstances, detention of refugee claimants, those sorts of things. How do we address, some of those broader geopolitical tensions that exist country to country from a city perspective?
So I worked for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade for 8 years, and if I was still working for them, what I would be saying to the elected council of Christchurch right now is that in any close relationship, there are going to be areas where we agree strongly with each other and areas where we disagree with each other. And the best way to address those is at the level of states to states. So what we are trying to do with this strategy is to grow our connections and relationships with people, with businesses, and cities or sub-regions, not with national governments. We need to leave that to the government of our country, Aotearoa, and to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to do that. And it's particularly important right now with a highly dynamic and concerning global situation that we give them the space to form up their own position. And in due course, if they do need to advise local governments on policy settings around particular countries, they will absolutely do that. And the benefit that we have in this grouping is that MFAT is an integral member of the group. So nothing happens without their approval.
Lovely, thank you. Jimmy Chen.
Thank you. Hey, mate, yesterday I sent 3 questions to the Office of C staff, not yet get one. First one, I just want to know, except the individual or key stakeholders, the work plan, have any corporate integrated action plan or implementation plan for this the strategy?
Yes, thanks. So effectively, the implementation plan for the strategy will be the 4 citywide action plans. You can call them implementation plans that we will develop and will be presented to you for approval. So there will be one for Guangdong, one for Republic of Korea, one for US West Coast, and one for Australia. And that will be how we implement this strategy.
Okay, if that's true, based on your office, the recommendation 2.3, particular emphasis would like to present to the council, regarding to measure and monitor those kind of outcomes in an annual basis. My question is, first one, if we didn't have this kind of the implementation plan, how come, to present to council regarding to this implementation? Should the implementation plan first, then implementation and measure is the second. The other one is what's the rationale for the in an annual basis? Because I think this very crucial, important for the greater benefit for the city of our future. So my view should be at least 2 times a year presented to the council.
So on your second point, Councillor, about the annual nature of reporting, what we've obviously found since the advent of COVID-19 is that it has made the world more uncertain and it's made the entire planning process for international engagement happen more slowly. So we think that an annual reporting regime at this point is appropriate, but we're really open to it being reviewed in future once we can actually put this work to action internationally. As for implementation, we would say as a group that we're confident that we are actually implementing the framework. This proposal to you as part of the implementation. The next piece about these work plans is the next part of the implementation. So these could very well have just been called implementation proposals.
Okay, thank you. Last question. Thank you, for all these international citywide the priorities. You have eventually to chosen and selected in a corporate way for these the 4 kind of our city to the region or province. But I just want to know, except at least the 4, top 4, have any top 5, top 6, etc. Because my fellow councillor also the concern maybe some other region has been missed out. Whether we have this information or not.
So we need to strike a balance with these priorities. As you know, if you prioritize everything, then you prioritize nothing. And we're really conscious of that as a city with limited resources. We knew that we needed to limit ourselves to a really small number of destinations. And that was why there was an intense amount of discussion and scrutiny and debate around the number of priority destinations we should be putting forward to you at the council. Some other destinations have obviously not been able to make the cut, and we've had to put a lot of careful thought into those. And we've taken advice in particular from our sister city committees who work on relationships that have not been put forward as part of this prioritisation framework. And what they tell us is that they accept the logic of this international framework. They support the need to prioritise. And they also acknowledge that in the future, if their own relationships develop more importance for our city, then we have scope to reconsider and to add those in. So at the moment, we think that 4 priority relationships strikes the sweet spot between what we want to achieve and the limited amount of resources that we have.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thank you.
Yanni?
Thank you. I was just wondering how we've assessed these relationships around our responsible principle in terms of our international work, which talks about upholding our city's values as a caring and responsible global actor and contributing to global challenges, including climate change action, resilience, supporting sustainable development, and countering violent extremism.
So, as you've noted, global responsibility has been at the core of this framework, and so we've been considering it the whole way along. In all of these partners, we see opportunities to do work where we can display our credentials as a globally responsible citizen. So particularly in areas like climate change adaptation and resilience, and any sort of innovation that comes with a global human good attached with it. Obviously, and as I've already said, there are areas where we as New Zealanders might have concerns. And I'll just say right now, I as a New Zealander have concerns about what's going on in the world right now. And the appropriate track for our country to raise those concerns is at the national level. And so we have not factored those types of national level considerations into our process of evaluating.
So can I just raise, because
Yanni, I've just seen your email, and I've just forwarded it through to Matt, but he won't have read it because he's sitting at the end of the table. That as part of the global responsibility core principle of our framework, that council asked staff to investigate an additional area in the Pacific to develop a priority targeted relationship with to help with resilience and development. It's not part of this proposal, but it's actually not at all contradictory to what we're trying to achieve. And if we're talking about resilience and development, we'd want partner agencies kind of connected into that as well, especially the universities. So I'm just, I'm wondering if we could change the wording of that, because I'd be happy to accept that as an additional resolution. But while you ask questions, I'll work up thank you. An alternative set of words. Thank you.
And I mean, because Jimmy and I were on this group, and the thing that came through, I felt really strongly, was this isn't just about economic development. I mean, that's important, obviously, but there are also other things, and staff have referred to that in 5.28, which is great. I think the thing for those of us who have been involved with this for some time is it would be nice to look at the Pacific in particular comes to mind, especially with what's happened in Tonga recently, but also previously in places like Samoa. And so I just was wanting to raise, I guess, a little bit of concern that this hasn't been picked up through the prioritisation process, but recognising obviously with COVID and with recent events in Tonga that maybe it was outside of the time frame where these things were being considered. So I just wanted to kind of understand from staff that the best process, if we felt that there is a gap around climate change, resilience, etc., how we can address new areas being put forward.
I think that we would have options for councillors to consider on this. So, for example, in the Pacific, one option might be, instead of looking to prioritise a particular partnership, councillors might wish to consider establishing something like a Pacific Region Responsibility Fund that would allow the council to identify ad hoc opportunities to work with partners across the Pacific region to show our, leadership and credentials as a globally responsible citizen. So the draft wording that the Mayor's just forwarded through to me, happy to consider that, and I think we would have options for you all to consider.
Can I just be really clear? Like, obviously this report was written well before recent events in Europe. So what lens have we put on this, if any, and what consideration has been given to what's happening there in light of the priorities that have been suggested?
So the lens that we've applied to looking at the world is dictated by our two priorities as agreed in this international relations policy framework, which, as I've mentioned, are economic growth, talent and skills, and connections related. And as I've already said, there's a very clear line between what needs to be addressed at the national state-to-state level, where New Zealand engages with its diplomatic partners, and the issues on which we as a city can engage and collaborate in the world. So we've been really conscious of that fine line, and we don't want to stray out of our swimming lane. So that is how we've prioritised these things.
I've got some suggested wording, but just before I send them through, that as part of the Global Responsibility core principle of the International Relations Policy Framework, that staff prepare advice on a targeted regional approach to the South Pacific nations to provide support for resilience and development. Does that kind of pick up your point, Yanni?
Yeah, and I mean, you might want to add connection as well. I mean, I think we've heard through the Strengthening Community Strategy and through the work from the Multicultural Strategy that it also is about the connection that the Pacific feels with Christchurch and how we view that back. So I think, that would be really good if we could add that. I think it would be positive.
Sorry, I'm struggling to understand about connection.
Oh, sorry, the principle that Matt talked about just before around that's one of the kind of key principles of the international relations framework.
Okay,
just the general principle of strengthening global connections.
To support our connections, our connections with the South Pacific nations to provide support for resilience and development. Yep. Okay, I'll send that through to councillors and to Joe, and that I'm happy for those words to be added as a recommendation. Sorry, and Celeste, question.
Hi, Matt. I'm just curious about the wording around the countering violent extremism under the Global Responsibilities 5.27.
Yeah.
That to me just could be interpreted a number of ways depending on who's applying the language. Has there been any thought given to how that's used by both state and non-state actors to frame particular groups, and whether that itself should be in there?
Thanks. My understanding, and I'm happy to be corrected, but my understanding that countering violent extremism is the most politically correct and inclusive way to define the method by which nation states and other groups seek to stop violent extremist behaviour, because that expression doesn't try to call out people as terrorists, or it doesn't try to define them as freedom fighters. It's very neutral. I know that we as a city have been invited to join a global grouping of cities that work to collaborate on what's called CVE, Countering Violent Extremism. So I would be surprised if it wasn't the correct language, considering that there's a group of 60 odd cities who are a party to that international grouping.
Celeste, I'm totally hearing what you say, but we've had quite a big conversation as a council since March 15 around the role of inclusion and building social capital and all of those aspects which go to the heart of countering violent extremism. I don't really like the language either, but it is the language that's accepted internationally, and if the community has to be the heart of the response for that to be addressed. So I'm not sure where it was referred to that you're questioning the use of the term, but I can send you all of the information that actually Raf Manji and I obtained when we visited Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, who had undertaken the most dramatic listening exercise that absolutely reached out into different areas of the community that don't normally engage with councils. It was an extraordinary report, and the report itself identifies all of the cuts to things like adult and community education, all of those things that all went to undermine the underpinning of social capital. It was it's an excellent report, so I'm really happy to send that to you, but it is also in the context of countering violent extremism, so I don't know how much help I am.
It'd be helpful to see that. I just wonder if there's another way to frame it, such as building, peaceful dialogue, another way, because I do think within international relations context it can be used in another way that could be, I don't know if that's, I still find it quite problematic, but it would be useful to read the other material.
Yeah, I think that it's actually more of a reference to the online activities. People refer to terrorists often as lone wolves, but they're not alone. They find their comfort on the very dark parts of the deep web, and are actually given expression to all that sense of belonging that they don't experience in the real world. So it's a tragic reality that our world is having to confront. Anyway, but I will send you that stuff. It's very good stuff. Are there any other questions? No? Okay. Well, I'm happy to move the motion. Jimmy Chen.
I would like to second.
You would like to second the motion? All right.
Yes.
I shall open it up for debate. Yanni.
Sorry, I was happy to move the additional.
No, it's included.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Just to speak to this. I think staff for the work that they've done on this. I do have some concern in regards to one of the priority partnerships that's been suggested, particularly with Guangdong province in China. And although we've heard from staff that these things should be addressed at a state-to-state level, I think what's extraordinary with the current situation is what we are seeing is that actually it's the private sector, it's the community sector, it's the cultural sector, and it's the people-to-people response that has been so incredible to see in terms of condemning what is happening in our world today. And so for me personally, as someone who lives in Christchurch, we are a peace city that has experienced hostility and harm from deliberate acts of hate and terror. And we're also a coastal city that has suffered from natural disasters that have brought widespread destruction. So based on what we've been through, I feel we have a unique role in the world where we can and should reciprocate the generosity that others have given us in our darkest days, and that we should act in a globally responsible manner to promote harmony and unity, and where we should share our story with lessons and insights to help others who may not be as fortunate as we are today. So giving back, in my view, is essential. It cannot just be about what we can take or how much money we can make. It must also be about doing what we can to protect our environment and to help humanity. And with the events unfolding in the world today, I think certainly one of these relationships, we need to pause on the framework and reconsider the priorities. Because at this unprecedented time in our world's history, with the potential for World War III and unparalleled climate change impacts facing us, I believe we should be looking more towards the Pacific and towards Eastern Europe, and we should be looking at what we can do on a city level. This city was instrumental in New Zealand becoming nuclear free. We were one of the first cities, and we were the first city in the country to declare ourselves nuclear free. Cities can make a difference. This city has also had a proud history of enabling women the right to vote. So we can change the world as a city if we stand up to what we believe in and promote those values that we hold dear. So I won't be supporting 1A. I don't believe that we should be seeking a partnership within a country who has not condemned what is happening, and there's certainly economic support that I believe is being provided to support the invasion of Ukraine. So in solidarity with what's happening over there, and in terms of our city's history as a peace city, I do not believe that the timing is appropriate for us to be pursuing this relationship at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanni. I'll put that separately. Jimmy?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I fully support the staff recommendation because as Yanni, he mentioned earlier, he was the deputy chair, I was the chair for the Council's International Relations Working Group. We have been working together with the officer and with the wider stakeholders to establish the Otatahi Christchurch International Relations Policy Framework. And also we have been in a corporate way presented to the Council approval in August 2019. In that time, we look forward to those action plan or work plan can be presented to the Council as quickly as possible, try to have a greater benefit to the city, to our future. However, due to the COVID-19 restrictions and also our international border has been closed. So until today, we can receive this the comprehensive, reasonable report. But if we review today's the staff office, the recommendation, those the priority for the international citywide focus partnership, and also Australia, those all the recovery, those partner is already under our strategic framework. Because we review those strategic framework, we can see we separate different categories: citywide focus partnership, agency partnership, and also citizen and the community partnership. So those today we can see the Guangdong province, China, and the west coast of USA, Republic of Korea, and Australia. All these four regions, we did already have our sister city in there. For instance, like Guangdong, we have the Shenzhen as our strategic friendly city. And Australia, we have Adelaide as a city. And in the West Coast, USA, we have Seattle. In Korea, we have Songpa. They already built a very good relationship as a foundation. After earthquake, we are all aware up to now, our city is innovative, sustainable, diverse, inclusive, resilient, international city. So we need to consider our future. We cannot close our door. We have to open our door, particularly like the officer, the mate, he mentioned earlier, we need to integrate all our resources, these four tap the kind of international priority, then we can gather the result, best result and outcome. Then they can bring back to the council table. I think I would like to say this is a life purpose for our city. That's very, very crucial, very important. The other one I would like to take an
Jimmy.
example.
That's the 3 minutes.
Just our mayor actually is a goodwill ambassador to make the China Southern.
I'll let you say that.
He visited those ones several times. I admire, so I have to share those ones because I experienced he done a great job. So I urge our fellow councillors, we can unanimous to support this whole package. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Sarah.
I think that the addition of building relationships in the Pacific to this will help us enormously, not necessarily in the short term. So the other centres that we're looking at are focused more on sort of short-term recovery issues and economic issues at a citywide level. But when it comes to the Pacific and our Pacific neighbours, the reality is that climate change is going to hit them much worse than it's going to hit us, and much sooner, because of the nature of where they are. So helping in development sense, helping in building resilience, but also building those connections is going to be crucial, because we are going to be facing, as a world, significant global migration due to climate impacts. And it is going to make a lot of sense for New Zealand to be welcoming our Pacific neighbours in that area. And so starting to build those relationships now, becoming stronger, better connected, is going to make a lot of sense. And we have significant Pacifica communities here in Christchurch already. And building upon that, I think, is going to be really important going forward. Thanks.
Anyone else? I'll just close it off and just acknowledge staff and say thank you very much for all of the work that you've done to bring this here. It is a challenging time, and there's much that is causing great concern around the world. I just wanted to highlight just a couple of things from the report itself. Modern, dynamic and successful cities are highly connected internationally, deliberate in their outreach, and make full use of their country's own diplomatic network. And I think that the mechanism whereby you bring together a range of different agencies, central government, along with local organisations, to approach our way in the international world, then we certainly do benefit from the proposal that's brought to us today. With an international airport and a seaport, a significant exporting base, and a large number of globally connected institutions, Christchurch is an international city. But as we emerge from, 1, the earthquake rebuild, and 2, the COVID-19 pandemic, there is an opportunity to maximise our economic recovery and reassert our place as Aotearoa's second city through more deliberate international engagement. And I think that sums it up for me. I do agree, though, that the addition of the Pacific nations and the connections that we can utilise there in order to build resilience in the South Pacific, it is something that we have as a desire of our own, and it's something that we can certainly build on and support others to achieve. And just finally, I should note for the record that just at the end of last month, I was appointed as a New Zealand honorary advisor to the Asia New Zealand Foundation. So, and for me, I think it isn't my role. It's actually a recognition of the role of Christchurch and the significance of the role that the mayor can play by way of ensuring that those relationships are developed and enhanced. So it was with great pleasure that I have accepted, I should say, honorary appointment to this position, because I think it will add value, that we can add value both ways. And that was my last point that I wanted to make with respect to something Yanni said. This is absolutely a two-way street. There's a lot that we have learned that we want to share with the rest of the world, and we are given opportunities to do so because of the experiences that we've been through. So again, a big thank you not only to Matt and the team here, but actually broadly out through Christchurch NZ, the airport company, the universities, and all those who've come together with MFAT as well in order to ensure that this policy could be brought to us today. So I will. It's probably easier if I will put the motion. So, but I'm going to separate off A. So 1A I will put first, and then I'll put the balance of the recommendations. So the first one that I'll put is 1A, Guangdong Province, China. So all those in favour, put up your hands. And those opposed, put up your hands. So that's Yanni, Celeste, and an abstention from Pauline.
Pauline, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and Phil, that's against? Right, okay, thank you.
Can I just have mine recorded?
Yeah, no, I'll record the against. So that's Yanni, Celeste, Phil Major, and an abstention from Pauline Cotter. So we've got those. Right, thank you very much. And now I'll put the balance of the recommendations. If you could put up your hand for aye. And those opposed, we're all good with that. So that's fine, the balance. Thank you. So that's we've got someone waiting online for the PX session, but he can wait till after 1. So my recommendation is that we're just going to continue through these recommendations, so that when we come back, we'll only have the Performing Arts Precinct car park deputations and paper to address. So the engagement working group terms of reference. So thank you, Matt. That's all done. The engagement working group terms of reference.
Katie and Samantha are on the call.
Oh, Katie's and Samantha on the call. So it's pretty straightforward. So does someone want to move the recommendations? Yes. Anne Galloway, seconded by Jimmy Chen. So are there any questions of staff? No. I'll put the motion. Those in favour, stick up their hands. Pauline seems to be absent from view. Where is Pauline? No, so Pauline's just not present for the meeting.
She's still showing.
Yes, I know, but it's a blurry background and there ain't nothing in front of it. So, okay, and those opposed? None. Right, thank you. That's dealt with. Thank you, Katie and Samantha. Good work there. The Metropolitan Discretionary Response Fund application, Netball New Zealand. Jimmy Chen, you had a question for this.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a question on page 121. The NZCT funding is pending. I just want to know why. What's the reason there?
Kia ora. That means that Netball has applied to New Zealand Community Trust, but are yet to get a decision, and we'll keep in touch with the organisation about that, the outcome of that decision.
When they will approve, when they will grant the funding?
I'm not actually sure, but it's if they've applied, so it'll be in the coming months.
Okay, but if the NZCT if the reject, will it have impact regarding to this project or not?
Yeah, good question. So it may have an impact. The association will have two options, probably three options really. One would be to fund the rest of the role out of their reserves and continue applying to other places for funding. They could employ somebody at a lesser hours and still do as much as they can with that, or they could abandon the appointment of this role, in which case the grant that we have given them would be returned to us for allocation to other applicants.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would someone like to move this? Anne Galloway, seconded by Tim Scandrett. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. Stick up your hands. Anyone opposed? Appears to be none opposed. Right, thank you, and thank you, Sam. And then finally, the Christchurch City Council elections order of candidates' names on voting documents. I'd like to move.
Leanne, I've got them.
I'd like to move the recommendation, as I have no interest in the result. I know that Yanni's got a suggested amendment. Yanni, would you like to repeat your suggested amendment? Your foreshadowed motion. What's your foreshadowed motion?
Yeah, there was a suggestion that it was by reverse alphabetical order by first name, but I don't think there's a seconder, so I'll just leave it lapse.
Hey, it's tempting, Yanni. It's tempting.
Just to quickly speak to
I could second that one. Happy to.
This is a really, I think the randomised order is a really important thing. It's a lot more fairer than what the old system was. I strongly support what's being proposed.
Well, hang on, I've got a mover and a seconder first, so I've moved it. Who seconded it? Oh, Tim. Was it? No, Anne moved it and Tim seconded it. Was it?
Yeah. Anne seconded it. You moved it.
No, Leanne moved it. You moved it.
I moved it. Yeah, I thought I did. And did I say Anne seconded it?
Yeah, Anne said she would second it.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, all right. So, Yanni, do you want to carry on because the debate, or
sure?
Yeah.
I mean, just
finished.
In all seriousness, like just to say, as someone who, I think one of my first elections to the community board, it was just in alphabetical order, but I much prefer the random order that's been proposed. I really think it's a much more fair and balanced way to do it. It means no one gets an advantage by what their name is. Everyone's put in the same position. So I just really wanted to endorse the proposal that's been put forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought that I would share my first time I ever ran for Parliament, which is going back a long way now. And one of the candidates for one of the minor parties decided to insert her maiden name in front of her married name, which she had been previously known by, so that she would go from I can't remember what her second name was, but she went from a something to a B. So it got her it got her at the top of the ballot paper actually for the electorate. But so I agree with Yanni 100%. The only fair way is to have a rotating distribution as proposed. So the random one. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour, stick up your hands. Those opposed, stick up your hands. None. Right, that's all carried. And now I will move to the resolution to exclude the public, and at which point we will then adjourn for lunch after that last PX item. Adjourn for lunch, reconvene at 2 p.m. with deputations, and then item 15, Performing Arts Precinct Car Park Public Consultation. So, and so the resolution to exclude the public allows for Jeremy Smith, Chair of Christchurch Holdings Limited, Christchurch City Holdings, to remain after the public have been excluded for item 19. So I will move that, and it was seconded by Sam McDonald, and I'll put that motion. All those in favour, stick up your hands. Those opposed, stick up your hands. So that's carried, and we'll move into the public excluded session. Afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. We're going to return to public participation, the deputations by appointment. These deputations are in relation to item 15, Performing Arts Precinct Car Park Public Consultation. And the first one that I have on my list, I should say that all of these are on your hub, on the hub, and so you can look at the individual submissions there. The first one is Michael Bell from Little Andromeda. Michael, hi.
How are you going? Sorry,
Now sound, we need to turn you up.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Good. All right. I can't see myself, so I don't know if I'm on.
Yes. No. You're looking great. You've got the theatre behind you. How's that?
Yeah. Cool. Yes, that's right. And behind me as well, just behind that is Wilson's car park as well, which I've been running a theatre beside for the last couple of years. And I feel like I can definitely speak to what it's like to run a theatre beside a Wilson's car park. I've also read this bizarre report. And so let's just dive in a little bit. So first of all, Wilson's. Perhaps one of the most hated companies in Christchurch. They perhaps are supposed to make money out of parking, but I suspect most of the money comes out of fines, surprise fees. There's no, like the car park here has got a lot of surprise fees, randomly overcharging people. So, you know, you just got $40 at the parking machine when it's supposed to be 25. Are you going to put the energy in to fight it? Late at night, my workmate's been charged $1,500 on more than one occasion. Look, I'll give them the benefit of doubt and put it down to ineptitude that this is what that it's just a machine error and not relying on the fact that maybe a small percentage of people won't notice and won't check their credit card statements. They make the money off people that lose the energy to fight. I got ripped off $100 a year ago with parking vouchers that didn't work. Took me 11 months and 41 emails to get my $100 back. And I'm a fighter. And also you'll notice that this car park beside this theatre is empty because normal people don't park in a Wilson's car park. What we've got, you'll go up to the top few levels and you'll see sort of a row of Beamers and a row of Westpac branded cars because it's the bankers and the accountants and lawyers that can afford to to pay these overpriced car parking fees as perks for their staff. But what you won't find in this new car park is families that want to use it, that need a place to park when they're going to the library. They're going to park blocks away. You're not going to find actors parking there that are trying to make ends meet in the theatre industry. They're going to park blocks away. It's just going to be another sort of inequitable solution. But anyway, let's enough about Wilson. Sorry, I feel like I started on a negative note there. Probably should have started on something else. Let's talk about something else. So the council keeps on putting in the press releases that there's going to be 150,000 people that the court's supposed to bring into the CBD. And I think the truth is that it will be at least half that number that they're going to bring into the CBD. But you keep using the word foot traffic. The idea of putting a car park 3 meters away from where they're going is not foot traffic. That's car traffic. You're bringing more car traffic into the city, and I would encourage people to think about what the point is of the court theatre coming into town if all it's going to bring into the city is cars. I was at the stakeholder meeting about 1.5 years ago when the Catholics put their hand up and said, so we're building the 600 space car park across the road. Is that not enough? And the designers literally, I watched the penny drop. They had no idea there were 600 more spaces than they realized being built across the road. And so to carry on with this idea that, it's been put in the the precinct plan for forever that we need car parks. It's already there. You've already got it. This is not a good use of some of the most expensive real estate in Christchurch. Not only letting people park in the Catholics car park would be just keeping the money in Christchurch, but it's going to create genuine foot traffic because they're going to walk down New Regent Street. Like, isn't that part of the joy of coming into town? You can enjoy all the beautiful lights on the buildings, maybe stop for a drink, spend your money at a cafe. Like, that's what foot traffic should look like. That's what a vibrant city would look like. And until they build that car park, there's an awesome car park run by Gap Filler, also just a block away. Like, get all these people to park there, walk just a block and past New Regent Street, have a great little wee stroll and enjoy their night out. So yeah, I just think putting a Wilson's car park 3 meters away from everything else is just not good town planning. So just thinking a bit about the future as well. So it's my generation that are going to, need to pick up the slack, and the generation after me that are need to pick up what's left in this precinct. I don't think any of us want to be dealing with Wilson's, despite the caveats that are promised. These are going to fade into history. We're going to be driving less and less. Like, so many of my friends in their 30s and 20s don't even have licenses, and it's not because they're lazy, it's just that we don't need them. We're not that interested in cars, and I don't think we're going to suddenly get interested in cars in our golden years in the same way that people aren't suddenly getting into horses and carts and so on. So yeah, all right, I'll skip this stuff. I know you've got a few people talking. Let's get positive for a second. I think there are some really, really simple solutions that you could do. I would say putting an outdoor performance space that can be used by festivals, by buskers and events. We had one researched and planned in our proposal. And now that you know that I know what I'm talking about, I'd be happy to share again with your staff just how great something like this could be. Like, it would have so much use and so much future use of activity that doesn't even exist in Christchurch yet. There's so much potential for a space like that. You could also put a bunch of accessible car parks just at the ground level, so people that need them the most can still have easier access to these facilities. Put some covered bike parks there. I reckon that would look great too. And these are just relatively cheap things that you could do to keep that land and leave possibilities for the future. You could just leave it as it is for 50 years, don't have to think about it again, or you could build something else as we slowly work out how the next generations are going to interact with this area. But in the meantime, I'd say you need to stop building this museum of the 20th century. This land was gifted to the council for the purposes of performing arts. Flipping it off to Wilson's is the laziest, most unimaginative and short-sighted way you could approach one of the most valuable pieces of real estate in Ōtautahi, and we're never going to get it back if you do. Thank you.
Thank you. That's you summed that up really, really well. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Michael? Just in terms of the paper that we've been, I started a question then, but I'll let Sarah ask her question afterwards. Just the paper that we're consulting on, we made a decision to build a car park there, and it's been through more than one iteration because of circumstances in relation to COVID, as you know, and went out for a consultation on this. We didn't have, we approved the building of the car park building, the deal with Wilson's, but we did so subject to a consultation on the land sale. So, so the submission that we're actually looking at today is the land sale itself. But I'm hearing pretty loudly and clearly that you're opposed to the land sale, because even if we were to proceed to build a car park building, you wouldn't want that valuable piece of real estate sold off from the public realm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got it.
Exactly.
Sarah.
And I think that the public consultation really clearly backs it up as well. Put it any way you want it. 219 submitted against, and quite strongly as well if you read through them all with some really great reasoning.
Can I just tell councillors that if you want to put your hand up, you need to put your camera on, because I can't see you otherwise. So Aaron, I know that you've got your hand up because I've been told, but I can't see you. So if you do that, I'll go to Sarah and then I'll have Aaron.
Thanks, Michael, and great to have your experience are quite happy to park a short distance away to some of the the free parking that's around the city, and walk to the venue, because I'd rather experience.
That's breaking up, Leanne, for us on Zoom. We can't hear Sarah.
Your message, Sarah. Sarah, you're frozen. So it says your bandwidth is low as well.
Okay,
I personally
is that better with my video off?
Can you go off and?
Yep, no, this year.
Are you okay?
Is that better now?
Yep, no, that's better.
Yeah, I just checking in with Michael that his experience in town is that is it that people are happy to walk in the free car?
No, look, Sarah, it's going in and out. Perhaps if you tune out and tune back in, and I'll move to Aaron. Unless Michael wanted to respond to half the question.
Yeah, I think if I understood the question through that, what I see is like, so anyone that parks here, anyone that needs to drive their car in, so people that work here, they will come unload their stuff and drive blocks away. They'll park in the Litchfield Street car park. They'll find other car parks, maybe the gardens, and then get a line back in. They'll do anything to avoid that car park. Same with audiences. They'll park in other options, and it gets very little use from the people that theoretically need it the most.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yeah, Michael, thanks for your presentation. Have you had a look at the demographics of those that use the Court Theatre and the Theatre Royal mostly?
More car drivers?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I'm aware. I'm highly aware of that.
Yeah. Mainly because of age. I mean, it's quite a different demographic to what's using your theatre. Yeah, and so I can imagine struggling artists not being paid much would want to park in a building where they've got to pay. I'd walk 5 blocks as well, and I'm paid quite well. But I'm not everyone, and not everyone's as stingy as me. So when you look at the demographic of the Court Theatre and who goes there, and where the parking is, they're right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been one of the biggest pushbacks from their audiences, but we need parking, but we need parking, but we need parking. So I would really highly encourage the council to make that parking a block away, so when it says there's going to be foot traffic, that is actually genuinely going to be foot traffic. A block's not that far. And even, like if I take my grandma to the theatre, I'm going to drop her off at the door and I'll go park a block away, it's not that hard.
Right. So if you were on the board of, or the CE of the Court Theatre, you wouldn't ask for a car park there? You'd say to have no parking?
I would be excited about that. Yeah, I would see it being a city where people walk around and you see bodies, in the city. You see people interacting with New Regent Street. People enjoying a night out and experiencing all that Christchurch has to offer, not just parking up right by the theatre, watching a show, 3-metre walk back into your Beamer, home for a cup of tea. Like, that's just, I don't think it's it might be a bit of a short term.
So you think those 70-year-olds will hit the cocktail bars?
Look, I think at least they'll be walking around.
Yeah.
Not that old, Aaron. It's not that old. People still drink at 70. Hope I am.
Well, just ask Phil. Right. Thank you.
Settle. No ageist comments at this meeting, please. I feel your pain. Thank you, Michael. That's the time allocated for your deputation. So thank you so much for taking the time and actually sharing your personal experience, because it obviously is very relevant. So thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
Cheers. The next one is Liam Boardman.
He's just joining the meeting now.
Oh, he's just joining the meeting now.
Should be here any moment. Saying joining.
Kia ora, welcome. Liam Boardman, you're on.
Hello. Nice to see everybody. First, I'd like to thank Michael for your submission. I really enjoyed listening to that. And hello to everybody else. I'm Liam Boardman. I'm a local resident of Christchurch, obviously, but I'm also a performer. I've performed in the Isaac Theatre Royal multiple times and been involved in theatrical projects around the city. So it's both from that perspective and from my other perspective is interested in the life of the city that I'm coming to submit to you today. Now, hopefully you might have read my submission in the submissions. If not, no worries. I have 5 existing points that I want to touch on that are brought up within this. And so those are, first, the existing car parking capacity in the area. Secondly, the fact that this is an inefficient use of land and it does not provide sufficient gains for the value of the area. Third, this report the recommendation does not take into account the deleterious effects on cost on council of having increased cars and also on the general vibe of the city. 4, and most importantly and generally, that this report and recommendation and this decision to sell are inconsistent with the council's already stated policies in multiple areas, regardless of the fact of the declaration of climate emergency. I'll come back to that. And 5, which I think is potentially even more important, is even if there is a case to be made for a car park to service this area, which it seems to be there is from the stakeholders, there is either the Catholics or there is potential other spots. But the case for a car park in the area does not justify a car park in that specific place, which has been assigned for cultural values. So first, going to existing parking. So from examining the council's own maps of car parking facilities that are already available in the area, within 400 metres, which the council specifies as the ability of people to be able to walk within 8.5 minutes, including those who are elderly and those who are disabled, there are 1,749 car parks available, most of them by Wilson's, but also by the council. Now, even if the Court Theatre in its current capacity was using both of its theatre spaces and the Isaac Theatre Royal was using all of its seats, and of those people, the 90% of people who came were of the 90% of Christchurchers who have a car. By using those various numbers, there would still be 1,717 people if they all came by a car on their own with no other methods, no Ubers, no public transport, no being dropped off. There is still enough capacity currently to service both those buildings. So there's that. So second, car parks are relatively inefficient use of space. They're not used the vast majority of the time. They do not encourage activation, which is one of the stated goals for the Performing Arts Precinct. And not only are they individually not useful, there is also the lost opportunity cost that comes from not having a business or another thing in that place. This is a stated goal within the Performing Arts Precinct vision, which states that performing arts venues are a revenue multiplier, that if the people are in an area, they will go to other things, it will encourage employment, and it will be a self-sustaining method of economic engagement. So further into this, the cars in an area has been seen in council documentation, affects the vibrancy and amenity of a space. Part of the Performing Arts precinct vision is to encourage a statement of what the council and the city want Christchurch to be. By encouraging cars in there, we are discouraging other users and other uses of that space. As has already been said, Leanne, you mentioned a previous statement that it was a valuable site. I would absolutely agree with this. And as such, I believe there are much more valuable and effective uses for both the council and for the Christchurch economy for using that space. So third, this is the fact that by putting a car park there, you will induce cars to come into that area. Now, cars have a wide, while they are useful and necessary, they have a wide variety of effects, which will have effects on council costs. So increased noise, decreased sense of engagement, air quality, road wear, and danger to pedestrians. All those things have some form of impact of cost on the council in the long run. But unfortunately, in Section 7, where costs are discussed, they do not include the costs caused by cars. They do not include, as mentioned in one of the other sections, that there's been no emissions modelling of what the implications of having a car park there would have. So we don't really know what actual other costs we are bringing onto the council by putting a car park exactly there. So I've been discussing this bit briefly, but I'll go on to some of my other sections. The recommendation that's been put to council that has included our submissions has deliberately ignored other parts of the council stated vision, especially in the performing arts precinct vision, especially within the council's design for health promotion and sustainability through environmental design, even within the council's parking policy and the street spaces design guide, aside from the fact that you've already declared a climate emergency. So to quote from the performing arts precinct document itself, it also points to the need for venues and an urban form that innovate and build on tradition instead of reproducing traditional forms. What are we doing if putting a car park there, if not reproducing a traditional form of a city, what we think a city should be like? This is not also including the other various parts within the drivers of Central City Revival and the value of the performing arts that have been ignored as part of this consideration. I could go into more detail on the exact specifics of which policies there is, but I don't really have the time for that at this moment. Finally, I will come to the more problems with the report itself and the alternatives that have not been considered. So looking at the agenda, 5.18.10, the council states some submitters have argued that the land can be used differently. And then they say there is sufficient land available for alternative uses identified by submitters. So they are saying in that instance that we could have theatres in other places. Absolutely we can. But that is also an argument for why do we have to have a car park exactly there? This is cultural precinct land. You could easily have a car park in a nearby area, whether it be the Catholics or another council-owned car park, that would still provide the amenity that you're hoping to provide, but not impinge on the proposed goals for the performing arts precinct. Secondly, problems with these reports. There has not been sufficient public information given to submitters about the makings of this decision. There's not been really public available access to the integrated transports assessment mentioned, the traffic sensitivity reports mentioned for the area. As said, there's been no emissions modelling. There's not been previous mention of the public realm upgrades that are going to be taking place in this area. I have a lot of other things I could say and talk about this, but overall, I would disagree with the report's assertion that there is no compelling case to not sell this land. I'm not saying that the land should not be sold for a purpose. I do not believe that purpose should be for a car park. Indeed, I've actually come around to the case that there is a potential case for a car park, but not right there. Ideally, a car park would be over on Kilmore Street opposite the town hall. The town hall and Te Pai have not been discussed in this conversation. There's currently not parking allocation for those areas. A car park that could service the town hall, Te Pai, and the performing arts precinct while not impinging on potential for performing arts precinct revenue multiplication would probably be the best solution in my eyes. I've got lots of other thoughts, but I will wrap it up there, and I hope. And if there are any questions, please send them my way.
Thank you, Liam. There is a minute or so left for a question. So do we have any questions from councillors?
Aaron's got his hand.
Aaron Kewen.
Yeah, thank you, Liam. You've put a lot of thought into this and quite a lot of work, which is good. Some people just share their opinion. The shows you did at the Theatre Royal and I'm assuming Court Theatre and stuff as well. Do you know what percentage were going to those shows by bus and other forms of transport other than car? Given we're a bit of a car-centric city, did you have those numbers?
I don't know those specific reasons. That data isn't generally available. Perhaps it should be available so that we can make those decisions better. But actually, coming to something you said earlier, Andrew, to Michael, you mentioned that a lot of older people do come to these theatres, don't really have the capacity to go that far. Well, even within the council's own planning, 400 metres, there is still capacity for car parking, and you can still do these other things with it. And also, just because people are in cars now does not mean they could not be moving to other forms of transport in the future. They could be coming by a bus, they could be coming by Uber or taxi, or they could be coming in multiple cars. The point of current demand is important, but hopefully through the policies that council is planning to initiate, we are engaging in mode shift so that people won't be coming in cars as much and it won't be as much of a problem.
Oh, I see. And you say other uses for the site. What would you see being on that site if it wasn't a car park?
It's the
arts precinct.
Yeah, well, it's a performing arts precinct. It's designed for cultural things. There are, within the performing arts precinct vision, which I'd recommend looking at again, there is capacity for other services like bars and other things. But the entire point is it's revenue multiplication. You come to the area, and because you're going to perhaps the theatre, you might want to go to the bar. Or you go to another theatre. I'm not necessarily saying it has to be a theatre, but I think there is a better use for it that is not a car park. And if you do have to have a car park, it doesn't have to be there.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Liam. That's the time completed. I noted that Celeste had a question, but it's we do need to move along to cope with all of the deputations that we're having. So thank you very much for your presentation. It's been extremely valuable. So thank you. I know others have said, but you've obviously put a lot of effort into it and it's appreciated. Thank you. The next one is Joe Appleyard from Chapman Tripp, representing the Catholic Diocese Christchurch. There's a supporting document on the hub which was circulated directly to councillors. So you should have that. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. My name is Joe Appleyard and I'm here with one of my solicitors, Lucy Forrester, appearing on behalf of the Catholic Diocese. For the sake of efficiency, I did circulate about half an hour ago what I'm going to read out to you now. And I just wanted to say at the start that I wear two hats. One, I'm not strictly a lawyer. For one purpose, I sit on the Cathedral Governance Board, which is advising the Bishop on the development of the new Cathedral Precinct. Separately, I am the lawyer responsible for progressing the application for resource consent, which the diocese is ready to lodge. Just on that, I have the completed application ready to lodge with council. The only reason it hasn't been lodged yet is we have done some consultation with Teino Tahu o Tuhuriri, but we'd like to give them the courtesy of seeing the completed application before we lodge it with council. So that's a couple of days away. It'll be lodged next week.
Great.
As you know, the diocese owns the land north of the precinct, which it intends to develop the Cathedral Precinct on. And I understand, I think it was the Bishop, the diocese vision for that precinct has already been presented to the councillors. Within that precinct, there is a car park provided of 352 spaces for use by the general public. As I said, the diocese intends to lodge its application within the week. The council officers report to the councillors' notes that the provision of a future private car parking facility is too uncertain with respect to timing and would not be sufficient justification not to sell the land. Had the council officers talked to the diocese, they would have learnt that the statement they've made in their report that the cathedral car park has an estimated completion date of 2026 is wrong. The application for resource consent is ready to be lodged and the car park is programmed for completion in early 2024. So we're very surprised that there wasn't an inquiry made of the diocese. What is being consulted on? This consultation has been initiated under Section 138 of the Local Government Act, and the council is legally obliged to consult. The report, however, is that the consultation is simply on whether the land should be sold or not, and not on the decision of the council to use the land for parking delivered by a private company. With respect, I say that interpretation is wrong. The sale of the land can't be decoupled with the purpose for which it is being sold. The very purpose of the consultation required under the Act is to make sure the public is informed about the disposal of what is public land that might otherwise be used for some other form of public community, recreational, environmental, cultural, or spiritual purposes. It's therefore highly relevant what purpose and use the land will have after disposal. Without this, the public is expected to submit on the proposal. That's just not right. We say it's only with an understanding of precisely what the land will be used for post-sale that the public can truly weigh up the positives and negatives of the sale against the counterfactual, which is the retention of the land for a public purpose. The fact that the proposed sale in front of you today is of land intended to support and further the arts in Christchurch and has been proposed for a private commercial car park to service demand beyond the precinct itself is highly relevant to your decision making. We say it is inappropriate and inconsistent with the intended purpose of the Performing Arts Precinct to provide for wider car parking. The lost opportunity for the arts and the public should the sale go ahead is palpable, and the diocese urges the councillors to give weight to the inevitable foreclosure of other opportunities in the future that would meet the objectives of the Performing Arts Precinct. Consultation. Section 82 of the Act establishes the principles of consultation that the council must adhere to. One of these is that the person being consulted should be provided with reasonable access to relevant information. Council have yesterday afternoon, some 24 hours before this meeting, finally provided us with the relevant information which the diocese requested as long ago as last November. This information should have been provided to the public at a much earlier point in time. The consultation process here has been mere lip service. The diocese considers it as a key stakeholder given its stated intentions with the Cathedral Precinct directly adjacent to the Performing Arts Precinct and its standing as a long-based Christchurch-based institution. The diocese would have expected to work together closely with the council in the development of both precincts in order to ensure quality planning and outcomes for this unique and precious part of our city. The designation that covers the site is for the explicit purpose of a performing arts precinct, and there's a list of what that includes: the obvious auditoriums, entertainment facilities, retail, food and beverage, hotel, etc. The car park does not fall within any of these purposes. We note that there's a catch-all which allows ancillary activities, and that might include parking facilities, but only those which are of a size, scale and design to service the precinct. And by no stretch of the imagination does that phrase cover the scale of commercial parking proposed here. There is significant case law on how limited the phrase ancillary is. This car park, and in particular its size, scale and design, goes far beyond being an ancillary activity to the precinct. The report explicitly states that the intention for the car park is to service a much wider area of the city, including parking for Te Pai and Turanga. This design also does not integrate with other buildings in the precinct. We were provided with the resource consent application by Wilson's late yesterday, and it asserts that this car park is an ancillary activity to the precinct, and as such, Wilson's and the council could get approval for the activity by way of an outline plan, i.e. without going through a resource consent process. That would preclude public notification and any input on the adverse effects of the proposal. I say that statement is plain wrong, but it does signal the possibility of resource consent processes being bypassed and there being no opportunity to look at the size, scale and design, particularly with regard to the context of where it sits in the precinct and the impact on the next door heritage building, the Isaac Theatre. The councillors should be aware of precisely what the land will be used for and understand the adverse effects which will arise before it considers the sale. I note that the officer's report states that the global settlement agreement, which I haven't seen, for the land entered into between the Crown and the council did contemplate car parking as part of the precinct. The report notes that the agreement includes an encumbrance to be registered against the land, which in short says that there is provision for a car park, but car parking is deemed to be for use for the purposes of the Performing Arts Precinct. And the encumbrance requires the council to share with the Crown on a 50-50 basis any proceeds of disposal for a purpose not associated with the Performing Arts Precinct. I say that any car parking of the scale, size and design here proposed is not a purpose associated with the precinct, as it goes well beyond servicing the precinct. The councillors need to consider the risk of splitting the proceeds with the Crown to the extent that the car park goes beyond servicing the precinct. Just a quick look at the application that's been lodged by Wilson's. The application considers the activity would need resource consent as it's a non-complying activity, but it then goes on to assert that the adverse effects on the environment are less than minor and should be processed by the council without any public notification or limited notification. The diocese and its experts, and that includes planning and heritage, brought together very quickly yesterday afternoon, have significant concerns as to the adequacy of the information in that application. It fails to assess key assessment matters, including traffic generation. Further, and key, the application fails to give any consideration to the significant heritage values of the Isaac Theatre Royal and New Regent Street and the impact the proposal will have on these. This is a significant omission. In the short time since we received the application yesterday, the diocese has sought preliminary advice from Jenny May, who is a well-known heritage expert, and I have attached that as Appendix 1, her email. In summary, Jenny May expresses that she's very, very disappointed that the application has not taken full consideration of the heritage aspects and considers the dominance of the building proposed would have a hugely negative impact from a heritage perspective on the Isaac Theatre Royal and New Regent Street. And I've attached, and the councillors no doubt will have seen it, some of the visuals included in the application, which clearly demonstrate the dominance of that building hard up against the Isaac Theatre Royal. The diocese have also compared what is being proposed with the request for proposals and key objectives with...
Sorry, it's just gone for 10 minutes, but I'll let you just wrap up, Jo, if that's all right.
Thank you. I'm just finished. And the short time we've had to review the application, we've measured the potential non-compliances with what's now proposed with the RFP that the council set out. The maximum height limit in the RFP was 28 metres. This exceeds that. The RFP requires spaces on the ground floor facing the courtyard to be a commercial activity. Here they're not. The RFP required the building on Gloucester Street adjacent to the Theatre Royal to be 16 metres. This goes up to 28 metres on Gloucester Street. It breaks both the RFPs and the recession plans in the district plan. The RFP required a minimum floor height on the ground floor of 5 metres to align with Isaac Theatre Royal veranda. It doesn't meet that height. So the councillors should ask themselves whether what they now see in the Wilson's application aligns with the expectations they had for the outcome of this precious precinct. For all of those reasons, the diocese urges the councillors to decline to sell the land set out in the proposal, or at the very least to delay any decision until parties and councillors are provided with full information on what exactly is proposed, and there has been consultation, including with the diocese. Thank you for your time. And I have included the attached email from Jenny May, which sets out her concerns, and I'd particularly urge you to read the last paragraph of her email.
Okay, and just a point of clarification, so I can break my own rule. What was the information that you said should have been made available a long time ago?
We requested the plans. So we requested the plans for the building, and as I understand it, the documents we were provided with yesterday were the resource consent application with the plans attached, which I expect has been relatively recently lodged, but also included was the sale and purchase agreement between the council and Wilson's. That's dated back in November, a couple of days before my request. I only got it yesterday, and even now, redacted are the plans. So the document that I was provided with yesterday is heavily redacted. We didn't need to see commercial information like price, but the actual annexures, which are the plans, are still redacted.
Right, so you're saying that the plans that were included with the resource consent application essentially could have been made available to you last year?
Yes, or if they are the same plans attached to sale and purchase, I don't know that.
So that's the question we'll ask. Look, thank you very much, Jo. You know, it's an incredibly detailed submission, and just to let you know that council won't be making a decision today. You know, there's been a significant number of submissions, and obviously the significant number of deputations, and they are quite detailed, like your own. So it's, I mean, it's helpful for us. But I am going to adjourn the item once we've established some of the questions that councillors want to have answered. Some of those answers won't be available today, and probably the answer to some of the issues that you've raised won't be either. So I will adjourn the meeting until next week, so that we can gather that information that we need to make a decision. So thank you very much for taking the time and the effort, and your colleague as well, for supporting you in that. It's been an incredibly important submission, so thank you.
Thank you.
Right, the next is the Court Theatre, and we have Steve Wakefield and Barbara George. Are they online?
I'm just joining now.
So we've got Steve Wakefield. I can see Steve there, and I think Barbara George is joining as well.
Barbara's there. She's just listening. I'll do the talking.
Oh, you're going to do the talking. Okay, Steve, far away.
Great. Thanks. Thanks very much, and good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to you about the proposed land sale for the car park building in the Performing Arts Precinct.
Oh, if you've got the live streaming on, you need to switch that off. So if you've got the live streaming on, then switch it off, because the live streaming will cause feedback. That's lovely. Thank you.
Yeah, just got that. Yeah, thanks. I was watching that till my turn came up.
Yep.
Thanks. So as noted, I'm Steve Wakefield, and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Court Theatre Trust, where I've been a trustee for around 12 years. The Court Theatre is really excited to be coming back to the central city, and I've been on this journey for about 10 years now, since our home in the Arts Centre was smashed in the earthquakes. And when I worked at Sierra, this land for the Performing Arts Precinct was designated for the performing arts and subsequently acquired by the Crown to enable this purpose. We welcome around 150,000 patrons per year through our doors, and so we bring the potential to bring significant visitation to the central city, including over 130,000 nighttime attendances. So we can help drive activity not just for ourselves, but for a wide range of hospitality businesses in the area. And having a car park nearby is very important for that. All the way along this journey, we've said having a car park has always been a requirement of the Court Theatre coming back into the central city. Our patrons have clearly told us this, and it's the number one priority for many of them when considering our move back into the central city. And this expectation has been clearly noted in the staff papers to council in a number of places. When we were in the Arts Centre, we had a car park across the road, now occupied by the Ravenscar House. And since we have been in Addington, we've had a large car park at the theatre door. And our patrons have consistently told us that they love the convenient car parking, especially on those cold, wet winter nights that we all experience. Some have even said, why are we moving into the city when the car parking is so easy at Addington? The clear message has been that they will continue to support the theatre, but only if easy car parking is provided close to the theatre. Virtually none of our patrons come to the court theatre by bicycle or by public transport. And though encouraging these modes of transport is a nice goal to have, it should not be promoted at the risk of the viability of the court theatre. It's the opinion of our trust board that the car park building in the location proposed is critical to the ongoing viability of the court theatre. And if a car park building is not built there as is planned, this could kill the viability of the new theatre. We've succeeded in our first 50 years by listening to our audiences and by putting on world-class live theatre on our stage. I would hope that it's not this council today that threatens our very existence by ruling out this car park building. The council's currently investing $30 million and we're raising $10 million towards the new court theatre in the Performing Arts Precinct. I'm the chairman of our fundraising campaign called Applause, and we're making good progress and have so far raised around $3.5 million towards our goal already. But our donors won't give to a facility that's not financially viable. Our business case presented to council incorporated the agreed assumption that a car park building would be built next door on the land that was acquired by the Crown on behalf of the taxpayers and then given to the council. So stopping the car park could seriously damage our fundraising campaign as well. So in our view, the council would be very unwise to undermine the facility that we're jointly funding and partnering together to design and construct. It's important that you know that this car park building is absolutely vital to the future success and sustainability of the court. This consultation should not be about a popularity contest for Wilsons. They've won an open tender procurement process conducted by the council to be the provider. We believe a specialist parking firm with the right technology could make purchasing parking with your theatre ticket quite easy. It should also not be about social engineering and trying to kill off cars in the name of climate change. Cars are not the problem causing climate change, it's internal combustion engines. The transition from ICE vehicles to electric vehicles is already well underway. Electric cars are fantastic, and many car manufacturers are already offering lots of EV models and committing to move their fleets to all electric in the next decade. And the government is making them more affordable with rebates, so EV sales are shooting up fast. The car park proposed includes dedicated spaces with EV chargers. Hopefully they will be smart chargers. The objectives of the council of activating the central city will definitely not be advanced by shutting out our patrons who choose to drive cars to our shows and other inner city events. This land was gifted to the ratepayers of Christchurch by the taxpayers of New Zealand for the benefit of the performing arts. So it's the view of our trust board that all proceeds from the sale of this land should be recycled back into the Performing Arts Precinct and not diverted to other council needs. This car parking building is also effectively a replacement for the Manchester Street car park, which was demolished after the earthquakes. In conclusion, shortly I will get our technical support team to play a video for you that the court has compiled to show you the excitement and the creativity that we can bring back to the heart of the city. So please support us by approving this car park land sale proposal. And as you watch this video and as you deliberate on this recommendation, please remember that this car park building is totally essential to the success of the Court Theatre and will also support our close neighbours, including the Isaac Theatre Royal, the Piano, Turanga, the new Tapai Conference Centre, as well as all the bars and restaurants nearby. The health and sustainability of the whole area is dependent on the new car parking building. Thanks very much, everyone, and please enjoy our new video message. And if we could run the video now, please.
Steve, I've got 3 councillors who've got their hands up. You're going to go over time with the video. I just wonder if we should take the questions and then allow the video to be played. Or we could circulate the video afterwards and put it online if you want us to share it publicly.
the plan was definitely to share it with the councillors. If you want to share it more publicly than that, then that's good too.
No. Okay. Well, we'll play the video then. We may not have time for questions. That's all.
Up to you, Madam Chair.
No, well, that's what I was asking, whether you wanted it as a priority.
I think the video is important for people to see what the Court Theatre will bring and that the car park will support.
Yep, all clear.
Thank you.
Why theatre? I think it gives us a place to experience joy, sadness.
To be moved by live performance by another human being is pretty powerful.
Everyone loves live theatre. I mean, the experience you get by sitting in the audience with people around you and you're experiencing it together, you don't get that anywhere else.
Theatre is so important because it's communal and it's fun.
I think it challenges us. Well, I hope that it challenges people.
I get moved when I connect. To be transported to somewhere magical and alive and risky, there's always a chance that something might happen that you can't just edit out. It's live.
A place to self-reflect, not just individually, but I think to reflect on society as a whole.
If you're there as an audience watching the show, which is so ephemeral, it just captures that moment in time and that's it.
Everyone loves live theatre, don't they? Everyone.
I source, make and find the props for all the shows at the Court Theatre. I work closely with the designer who tells me what style and theme is for the show, and then we go from there.
We have thousands and thousands of costumes in storage. It's my job to take the costume designer's artistic vision and just make it happen.
I've always made stuff, and this is what I do. Painting, fabrication, construction. I've been here for 20 years, and I'm still really enjoying it.
It changes constantly. With every production, there are new people, new creatives.
Our production values, our set design, lighting, costuming, it's always very, very good. When the set comes together and suddenly the magic happens and you have built a world that doesn't exist, that's a great thing. This is theatre from the ground up. It's amazing what we can do. Theatre is what brings the city alive, and it's the soul of the city. When the Court Theatre comes back to the central city, I think people that come to the theatre, that perform the theatre, that work behind the scenes, everybody will be a part of that.
One of the things that we liked about the designs of the Court Theatre was the community aspect. It's for education, for training and for smaller shows.
Moving back to the city would mean we would be part of the arts community in a physical way.
Right beside the new cathedral, the Theatre Royal, beside Turanga and Te Pai, that's where we belong. If we can be just, one of the parties that is assisting and helping part of that journey, that's a really nice thing to be part of.
I want to be in the city. It's exciting.
Help us make magic. Help us build dreams.
Help us bring creative vision to life.
Good. Look, thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. I think people are very excited about the Court Theatre coming back into the city, so it's good to see that reinforced there. So we will have to move on, though, unfortunately, so I will do so, but thank you very much for making the presentation today. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
The next one, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have difficulty with the pronunciation. Nathaniel.
Just joining now.
Have you got a pronunciation for? Sorry, Nathaniel. I'm introducing you as by your first name because I'm having a challenge with your surname. So perhaps if I could ask you to introduce yourself, and then I won't make a mistake. So thank you very much for being here to make your submission today.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Leanne. My name's Nathaniel Hurt Edinger, and I'm Christchurch resident. I grew up here, went to school here. So I'm submitting against the proposal to sell the land to Wilson's. And for me, it's about the Christchurch City Council sticking to its strategic goals and doing following the plans they've already set out and trying as much as they can not to deviate. I think for the strategic plans of the council to be successful, they have to be consistent, and every decision that the council makes has to be informed by its strategic plans. So the question is, does another car park in the central city fit in with our strategic plan for the city? So if we look at the long-term plan for Christchurch, there's only one reference in the entire document to parking, and that's, quote, reducing demand for new cars and parking. That's the only reference to parking in the entire document, to reduce demand for new roads and parking. It also says that an increased proportion of journeys are made by active, the vision is that an increased proportion of journeys are made by active, public or shared transport. In other words, in the council's vision, in the future, fewer and fewer people are going to be driving private cars into the city. And lastly, in the long-term plan for the council, it says the needs of current and future generations are taken into account in city decision-making. And that's the main thing I really want to highlight today, is to really try and take into account future generations and the impact this is going to have long-term. So that's the long-term plan. If we look at the central city plan, again, there's only one reference to parking in there as well, and that's using parking as a stopgap measure to fill up empty lots before they're used for other purposes. There's nothing in our central city plan about building more car parks. There's actually instead a focus on public transport. There's a focus on neighborhood development, and there's a focus on doing things that provide amenity for the residents in the city, because we want to attract more people to live in the city. And this car park, and this is clear from everything that Steve said, has zero amenity for residents in the city. It's about people who don't live in the city, people from the outside, them coming in. So it's actually by design, not for the residents of the city. And then if we go even more to an even more specific plan for project 8011, the main emphasis of that plan is to give people reasons to consider living here. And again, this car park is not a reason to consider living here. And in the 6 key goals for project 8011, they don't mention parking either. That's not considered a thing that'll help people live in the city, that'll help the city become more vibrant. And if we look at the research locally and internationally, that backs that up really clearly. So one of the biggest findings, and in the supporting documentation, I've linked you to a meta-study about this that surveys a whole bunch of international evidence. It's clear that the only way we can achieve that vision of reducing the private vehicle mode share is by reducing the number of car parks. It's really clear that incentives aren't enough. It's not enough to improve our public transport and to do better marketing and promote it. We have to decrease car parking space if we want to meet the council's strategic vision for the city in the future. And this is also backed up by the Institute of Transportation and Development Policy. So their global research manager, Michael Kudransky, says nobody goes to a city because it has great parking. Nobody goes to a city because it has great parking. So that's what your own council plans suggest. And then if we look at what citizens have said, you've probably already had this drummed into you, but if you look at the results of the submission process, a vast majority are against this car park. Over 200 submissions against. I think around 36 individual submissions in favour. And if you look carefully, a third of those submissions that are in favour are actually have serious reservations. A third of them will say, I support the idea, but I don't like the idea of Wilson's being involved. Or I support the idea, but I don't like the design. I don't like the facade. So there's an overwhelming public reaction against this. And the voices in favour, there's definitely the staff report there, which I want to talk a little bit about. The main issue, I think, with the staff report is it talks about everything in isolation. It treats it like this is just one little decision that you're making. But I really encourage you to think of this as part of your long-term strategy and what it's actually going to do for Christchurch in the long term. Because if every decision you make isn't informed by that strategy, it's not going to happen. We're not going to reach that vision. The staff also tries to minimize climate effects. We know, though, that road emissions make up 40% of the country's CO2 emissions. That is the best way that we can deal with the climate crisis, is reducing private car use. And we have to do that decision by decision by decision. It's the only way that we're going to make a difference. And yeah, lastly, it's clear that they're really stuck in the present and not looking to the future. Within 10 years, and I think Aaron Kewen said this really well, the people using this car park are in their 70s. And, in 10 years, 20 years, no one's going to be using this car park. And I think Steve actually also summed it up really well, talking from the Court Theatre's point of view. This car park is about attracting an audience who do not want to walk around the city, right? It's about attracting an audience who do not want to walk 300 meters from already existing nearby car parks through the city nightlife to see a theatre show. It's for an audience who the main appeal of the current location is that there's a big car park there, right? These are not people who are going to add vibrancy to the city. If they would, then they would be happy to park slightly further away. So yeah, just lastly, I want to say, please just listen to the people who have submitted. That's why we do these consultations, is so that you get feedback and you act on that feedback. Please take the climate crisis seriously, and please just try and think of a better, more creative, more artistic way of using this land. So thanks. And if there's time, happy to take questions.
Well, there is time for questions. So does anyone have any questions? Sam.
Yeah, thank you, Nathaniel, for coming. I was going to say coming in, but virtually presenting to us. Can you just touch on that? I probably misunderstood it. The point you were making at the end about and I don't want to put words in your mouth. I just want you to explain it around people coming in. I think you said that want to drive. It was almost like they're not the right kind of client or something. Have I misunderstood you? What were you meaning?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that a big part of the Court Theatre's business case for being in the centre of the city is about adding vibrancy to the city and bringing the 150,000 people that Steve Wakefield talked about. It's about bringing them in, not just to drive in, go to the Court Theatre and leave, right? It's really about bringing them into the city to do other things as well. So to go to bars, to go to restaurants. And as Leanne said, everyone wants to do that. People in their 70s don't automatically not want to go to bars and restaurants, right? So what we do when we build a car park right next to the Court Theatre is we are not encouraging people to explore the city, right? We're encouraging people to drive in, go to a show and leave. We've already got car parks, as has been noted by many people beforehand, we've already got car parks within 400 meters of the Court Theatre. So the people who are going to bring more business and more vibrancy to the city, they're willing already to walk that small distance. So I guess what I'm saying is that having a car park so close by really undercuts the business case for the Court Theatre and the effect it'll have on the city.
Right, but at the same time, I think you said earlier on about the need to reduce car parking in the central city anyway, didn't you? Or have I got that wrong as well?
No, that's right. So adding another car park will increase car parking. Not adding it will, over time, if we stop adding more car parks, our parking will slowly decrease. So I'm saying we've got enough already. We don't need to add more parking. Does that make sense?
So you wouldn't be in favour of reducing other car parking in the central city? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think the way you do it is you go one at a time, right? The council's not going to buy up a private car park and knock it down and turn it into something else. What the council can do is they can responsibly use the land that they have. And that's what we're talking about.
I guess I'm just trying to get to the nub of what you're saying, which is, because now I'm sort of confused, and it will be me, it's not you. Are we having a consistency of car parking as it is now, or are you generally in favour of reducing car parking overall in the city?
I'm definitely in favour of reducing car parking as a way to incentivise other forms of transport.
Hey, thanks for clearing that up. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Still another minute. Aaron Kewen.
Yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for your presentation and taking the time to come and speak to us. So my question would be, if an organisation like the Court Theatre, if it has a business model that relies on a clientele that drives a lot, are you suggesting we're better off to just not have them in the inner city?
I guess my view is that the court theatre has to, and I'm sure the court theatre is aware, if they have to, looking forward, they have to be looking for more audiences, right? They have to be looking at growing and diversifying their audience, and they can't continue to rely on the older generation. They can't, because for the court as well, that's not a viable way of going about business, right? So the court theatre and the arts precinct as a whole should cater to everyone, not just one demographic. That's what I'm saying.
Right, but the court, but looking back at the court's history, their audience has always been older. It's just, that's the nature of, it's like when you have orchestras, the nature of the audience, just like a wiggle show, tends to be younger. And with an orchestra or a court theatre type thing, it's all, people mature into it. It's like eating liver. So you don't start out as a kid going, oh, liver's yummy. A bit older, you go, oh, that's nice on toast. Not me, on veg, but some people.
Yeah, I guess I think a lot of young people are actually really passionate about theatre, and if you talk to Michael, you'll see that. I don't think that it needs to be, I don't think it's a rule of life that only older people want to go to the theatre. I think it's just about getting it right. And I think it's also really sad, the idea of the arts precinct is we're accepting that it's just locked in for an older generation and it's not for younger people. I think it's like our vision for the city is all about talking about the future and future generations. So I think it's something we can strive for.
Look,
the court do their shows for kids and all sorts as well. I mean, they have a mixed audience, but unfortunately, most of those parents drive their kids there.
Yeah, and that's the thing of what we really want to be changing that, right? That's the strategic vision for the council, is to change that. That's like it's in the long-term plan, it's in the central city plan. It's all about promoting other transport options. And the research is clear that to do that, you have to reduce car parks. That's unequivocal.
Thank you, Nathaniel. That's you obviously put a lot of effort into making the submission, so it's really appreciated. So thank you very much. And I'll just move on to the last one, which is Keith Beale from Otakaro Limited. Keith is just joining us now. Thank you, Nathaniel. It's good to see you. And Keith.
Thank you. So first of all, I make apologies that this is very Tupai-centric, but I think it's probably important as a stakeholder that we add our views to others. And again, apologies if we repeat anything that anyone else has said. So Tupai Christchurch is the South Island's only purpose-built convention centre, and currently the only purpose-built convention centre in New Zealand. Tupai opened in late December 2021, and despite the impacts of COVID-19, is seeing significant interest from both the domestic market and the Australasian international market. Tupai is one of the anchor projects delivered by the Crown for the benefit of Christchurch and will be a driver of significant economic benefit to Christchurch and the region, with estimates of approximately $60 million a year being injected into the local economy. Tupai forms part of the master plan developed following the events of 2011 and joins other significant assets in the area, including the Town Hall, Taronga, Isaac Theatre Royal, the Piano, and soon to join them, the Court Theatre. Existing businesses along the terrace, nearby hotels and retail outlets, as well as its close proximity to Cathedral Square, complete the destination. Having such a diverse mix of public and event spaces in the heart of the city is a real advantage when attracting business visitors and their families to the city. However, whilst the central city location is a real advantage for bringing people into the heart of the city, there is a need to complement these core facilities with public amenities such as nearby car parking. The parking survey produced by DCL back in 2017 identified the likely demand for future parking in the city and identified a gap around the Performing Arts Precinct. Businesses like Tupai factored into their plans some future provision for parking in the area, with the land forming the Performing Arts Precinct identified as the favoured site. My understanding is that designs for the Court Theatre are well advanced and the surrounding precinct includes land to be used for a parking building. The Crown divested the majority of the Performing Arts Precinct land to the City Council with an understanding that possible uses would include a parking building, and the Crown raised no concerns. A vibrant Performing Arts Precinct is an attraction when promoting Tupai to business visitors and their families, as is the retail and hospitality offering adjacent to Cathedral Square. Tupai will host a number of exhibitions and visitor experiences in the exhibition space and already has bookings for the balance of 2022 that show approximately 85,000 visitors are expected to come to Tupai. There are plans to use the centre and the grounds around it for numerous public events in the near future, working in conjunction with Christchurch, New Zealand to support the visitor experience and the weekend/nighttime economy. To service this demand, both for conventions, exhibitions, banquets and public events, sufficient and convenient public parking will be required. The operational hours of Tapai complement a number of the businesses in the area, allowing the parking building to be built to an optimal size that results from multi-visits per day, rather than have short-time daytime window of activity alone. This, along with all the performing arts spaces, should increase the vibrancy in the centre of the city that has been building steadily with businesses that have already committed to this location. Like a number of other businesses in the facility, our hours of operation extend way beyond the normal working week, and with a combined staffing of permanent and casual employees totaling around 250, safe nearby parking open all hours is important to support those working in the city. We know from surveying our future attendees that nearby covered parking is high on their list of requirements as we compete against a significant number of high quality centres in Australasia. It is important that Christchurch maximises the synergies of its offering in a compact and very accessible city to all of our visitors. Other forms of transport, whilst helpful during normal business hours, currently cannot provide the level of access and transport required outside of these hours. In summary, Tapai supports the Council's proposal to divest land for the construction of a public parking building within the Performing Arts Precinct. Tapai believes that the mix of both public and private facilities in this central location is not readily served by existing parking facilities, and that the extended hours of operation, the safety, comfort and welcome that we extend to visitors to our city is already anticipated in the parking review, and that the progress of the rebuild of the city confirms that the demand exists now. Happy to take any questions.
You've got quite a few hands up. Can you just explain why Tapai didn't include car parking on its site?
So I think people will be familiar that some of the original plans for the convention centre, or the plenary scheme as it's known, contained a very different scheme, which was going to be a public-private partnership that included retail, offices, parking and a convention centre. When the consortia fell apart, the government decided to proceed with the construction of the convention centre alone. And the balance of land that was left over from that was divested for the purposes of hotels to support the centre. We also took into consideration at that point the results of the DCL survey that was identifying a need for parking in that area to service all facilities, not just Tapai.
So tell me, do any of the, in the balance of precinct arrangements, do any of them include any car parking?
Very minimal. So there is a small amount of parking to service the day-to-day needs of the hotels, i.e. staff requirements and limited visitor parking. As you'll appreciate, the land of the balance of precinct is prime real estate leaving down to the Avon River. And so what we wanted to do was maximise the impact and the urban contribution of those buildings, and we felt that a car park was really not a riverside frontage building that would benefit the city.
Yeah, I think that's the same concern that's been expressed this afternoon. I've got Sarah, Mike, Celeste and Pauline and Jake.
Kia ora, thanks so much. Just wondering when those the various business cases that you mentioned were done quite early back sort of 2015, 2016, and that's before the Catholic Diocese had their plans to build a car park. And while a car park need was identified, does it need to be us and does it need to be on the Performing Arts precinct, or could the one in just the adjacent block, which is also right next to Tapai, serve that purpose?
Yeah, so look, I think the two things for our concern, because our concern is not, I guess, who owns it or who provides it. Two concerns we have is proximity and timing. So a lot of the businesses that rely on the parking are already trading. And so the time to get this to the market is probably our biggest concern. The proximity of that space, and I suppose also the certainty of getting it, is something we see as being important in terms of the safety and comfort of our visitors, but also the synergy that we can already gain with some of the other businesses. I should be honest and come forward and say also I was part of the original steering group for the Court Theatre way back in about 2016, 2017. And so we were very aware of the kind of demands that would be placed alongside a visitor centre such as the Court Theatre. So being honest, yes, it could work on the other side, but it would have to happen now, not sometime in the future. We are open. We're welcoming visitors to our city. And because of COVID-19, a lot of those visitors are domestic visitors rather than international visitors, which puts a higher strain on people travelling by road rather than flying in by air.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. I had two questions, but the first one was very similar to Sarah, so I won't ask that. The other one is, once everything's back to normal and we've seen the back of COVID, do you know what the percentages of your visitors that are local compared to from out of the city?
So the overall mix, if we look at what we're trying to achieve here, so in let's call it the early steady state years, we're looking for around about 250 events per annum, rising to 350 at maturity. We will expect something between 12 and 15 of those events to be international conferences. In terms of exhibitions, the exhibition hall will be used predominantly to support those conferences, but we expect the exhibition hall to stage at least one local public event per month. In terms of the mix that we're seeing at the moment, which is perhaps slightly skewed, but it is the way it is, the figures are skewed because from the domestic market, there is a strong keenness to return to Christchurch, as we haven't been on that circuit for 10 years now. So our first 2 to 3 years of operations see a very strong interest from visitors from the North Island as well as from the South Island. Over time, that will settle. And if I were to give you a figure, I would suggest that it's pretty much around the demographic of how business is around the country. So I'd expect, say, 20 to 25% to be from South Island and the balance to be international North Island. But the predominance of the exhibition space, or if it's being used for other public events, will be local people.
Thank you.
I've got Celeste next.
I think my question was a bit similar to Mike's, but I guess my question was around the has there been any assessment of the value of people visiting the convention centre using the kind of existing transport networks and the flow and effect for, because I can see that there would be some value for people visiting the area, not driving straight to a car parking building and then going to the convention centre, but actually sort of travelling in and visiting a lot of areas. So just wondering about other transport modes and how that's been looked at.
So in terms of just the raw convention goer, as it were, because I think we have to separate the people attending the conferences and conventions from families that come in support of them. So the one thing that we focused on is very much the convenience for the convention attendee, because we are competing with a number of other international venues. And what we know is that all of those international venues provide this kind of amenity, and therefore it is simply expected by the conference organisers that it will be there. We specifically have not done any additional research, no, and I doubt if the convention or the conference organisers have. Christchurch, New Zealand may have looked into it as part of their business visitor rather than Tapai specific. But one of the key things I try and get across here is that we have to recall that we are competing with other cities that may offer a more convenient offering, and that will be part of the selection criteria. For the partners of those convention goers, if they if they don't bring their car, then I suspect that they will be using other methods of transport. But of course, they will also be accessing the city during normal business hours.
Tim, I'll take you last, but we're right on. We're running out of time. So, Tim.
Well, thank you. You're saying that it's absolutely essential, which I agree, that you have parking close by, or some kind of transport close by, because that's a game changer, isn't it?
Very much. Again, so there's two things really for us. It depends on which lens you look through. It really is positioning Christchurch as a destination within the international market. And of course, we also compete with domestically with Takina when it comes online in Wellington in a couple of years' time. And then sometime towards the second half of this decade, we'll see the Auckland Centre come back on. The other thing we've always been concerned about is the proximity of parking and safety for all of the staff and casuals that are working in the city. And so unless we can have some certainty around the timings of the public transport networks, which frankly we have no control over, we have to look at what we can influence rather than what we can't.
But if we're looking at, say, conferences and those visiting the city, and if you compare us to, and the only ones I can compare to is San Francisco, New York, London, Paris, Sydney, Melbourne, and actually Auckland, that whether the car parking is on Gloucester or Armagh, I mean, for any of those cities, when you go in to see a show, I mean, that 400-500 metre walk is magic compared to some of them. Would you not agree?
Look, as I said earlier, if there was the same level of certainty over parking at another location of close proximity, I think that would be an acceptable piece. The question is, we've got businesses in the city now that are up and operating. This proposal put forward by the council seems to me to have the highest level of confidence of the ability to deliver. Because it's funded and it's available, where other things are still in the process of design and working through how they will be funded.
So the Catholic diocese option, your thoughts?
Well, I have no control over the Catholic diocese. I can't comment on what their funding looks like. So it's part of a wider precinct that they're trying to put together. But we do know that their timing suggesting 2025 as being a time for delivery, whereas what we're looking at here is 2 to 3 years sooner.
The lawyer said today car park completed 2024. So, look, thank you very much, Keith, for your time. That's much appreciated. We're going to take a short adjournment here. 10 minutes, just so that people can get up, get a glass of water, get coffee, whatever. And so at 25:02, we'll come back and Keith, poor old, Bruce will seek to address some of the issues that have been raised, take some questions, and as I said before, once we've completed questions, we'll adjourn the meeting to Tuesday at 10:30. So I will adjourn the meeting now until 4:25. Thank you. I've just had a quick discussion. I'm going to hand over to Bruce, but he's going to sort of take an action arising out of those questions and develop a sort of an integrated response to all of the questions that that have been asked. And but we'll also, I'm going to open it up to questions after Bruce has given a bit of a intro to where we are, and I know that we have someone additional online who won't be recognisable to any of you, which is Mike Kerr, who's here from Anderson Lloyd. So he's the external legal advisor for the council. So just welcome to the meeting, Mike. I hope that we won't need your intervention, but you're here to be able to respond to questions if required. So I'll hand over to you, Bruce. Thank you.
Thank you. And look, this is the first time you've seen me on this topic. I know you've discussed it many times before, but generally not. The Chief Executive has asked that because it's a more of a property matter rather than the project matter that you've seen before, that I come into this one and bring it all together. I'm very much the ringmaster today, and I've got a supporting crew who have a lot of the answers to questions that are in front of you. I do feel I've been given a hospital pass because the matter in front of you is one where there is a diversity of views, and all valuable and all worthy of consideration. And this matter brings to you questions of differing values and how we make those decisions between differing values. Bring together matters of lifestyle versus life stage, and how that impacts on people's consumption of cultural goods. It brings together matters of commercial competition and how we deal with that in balancing our response to developing the city. I'm not going to dwell too long on talking up front. I think your questions are better. So I'm going to, subject to the Mayor's agreement, move straight to questions. But there'll be a variety of people answering those questions throughout this afternoon's session.
Thank you. All right. So I've got Jimmy, Mike, and Sarah.
Microphone, Leanne.
Sorry, I've got Jimmy, Mike, and Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor. Bruce, may I ask you first question? The Catholic Diocese Joe April, she mentioned even during the consultation, our document is not, the put on the public in the early stage. Even some of the consultation document, even she received yesterday or before. Am I right? That's true or not?
No. That's a misunderstanding, Jimmy.
Misunderstanding.
What she said was that she didn't get the plans in relation to the Wilson car park proposal, which were only lodged by way of resource consent this week. So they were sent to her once they were received. What she was asking was in relation to an earlier documentation, which was the subject to her Lagoima request, which had that redacted. So perhaps, Bruce, can I put that question to you?
Yep, and as I said, I'll be ringmaster. So I believe that Sean Rainey and also our legal team, Viv, online. So can I hand that matter to you to answer, Sean?
Certainly. Hello all, my name's Sean Rainey. I'm the Manager of Official Information at the Council. Just to give you a little bit of background, I dealt with the Lagoima request on the PAP car park in November and December last year. So initially we received, just to give you a little bit of background, a request for material that we held for the intended future use of the site. Under urgency, we responded to that, providing council's requirements for the development, as per the public RFP and the council proof of concept scheme plans at that time. Following this, there was a further request for any drawings or of the proposed buildings, including more detailed elevations, locations of entry and exit. We then consulted with the then applicant and actually identified, given the stage of the project, there was actually a commercial sensitivity, and given this was subject to ongoing negotiations, we withheld this information under the Lagoima. Now, following this, we then received the consent application. I think it was late on the 3rd of March, which actually made a lot of this information public. And at that point, we were able to release this information to the requester.
Okay, thank you. May I ask second question?
Yes.
That's the second one. Second question is based on the Christchurch central recovery plan. When the Crown, to give this piece of land to the council, whether they particular designate or specify this purpose for the performing arts precinct, the car park, or just for the performing arts, the precinct purpose?
So that goes to the designation allows for ancillary uses for the performing arts precinct, so we believe that the application is an ancillary purpose, and the use of it for car parking or parking is an ancillary purpose. But my understanding, and I believe John Higgins is online, my understanding is that the resource consent application, the application here is not relying on the designation, but is separately going through the resource consent process. Perhaps John can comment on that.
Yes, sorry, I'm just trying to get my camera ready. So, yes, the site is designated for the performing arts precinct and ancillary activities as well. We haven't quite looked at the application yet, so it's still in the early stages. So we haven't formed a view about what if a car park is ancillary or not. So we still need to work through that. They've lodged it as a resource consent rather than a outline plan, which is under the designation. So they don't need to be the requiring authority to lodge a resource consent. So that's where we're at this stage, unless you got any more questions about that.
Okay, thank you. That's my question. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Mike, Sarah, Sam, Jake, and Pauline.
Thank you. I just wondered, do we know what the optimal number of car parks are required for this area of the CBD?
We do, and I'll bring Tim Cheeseborough to the table.
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we do. And in fact, some of those figures were shared with the market through the request to market that went out November before last. So they're broken down into the amount of parking we expect to be needed by the Performing Arts Precinct itself. But supplementary to that, we've got additional figures for Tapai, the balance of precinct for Tapai, and then separately the library and the town hall. So what I would say in relation to the level of parking demand needed to service the Performing Arts Precinct, that if you look simply at the theatre and performance venues within the precinct, including the Crown Plaza, and that in some of the early work that did include a 400 space separate black box theatre venue, which is not registered as happening at the present time. But if you actually looked at the analysis we've received around that, is in the evenings, which is of course when the peak parking demand would exist. The demand from those PAP venues alone could come to around north of 900 spaces needed for the PAP venues alone. Then if you add in Taronga, Te Pai, to some degree the town hall north of the river, then ultimately you can get up north of 2,000 spaces in total serving those venues. Now, of course, it's important to say, and that's analysed in this paper, is that it's unlikely that all of those venues would have performances going on at the same time. But nevertheless, if you come back to that basic need of what does the Performing Arts Precinct alone need, then it is reasonable to assume that you may get north of 900 spaces being needed there. And of course, the parking building we're looking at here is for 380 spaces. So there is only a proportion of the calculated demand for the arts precinct in toto.
And so what's the current number of available car parks within that area, in that walkable area of? I have the numbers. I've got the numbers with me, but we've again the off-street spaces in permanent parking buildings within about an 8-minute walk. So those are mostly south of Cathedral Square. So that's Hereford Street, Lichfield Street, and so on. That's around 2,700 spaces in purpose-built parking buildings that have been delivered in accordance with the parking plan. The majority of spaces Cathedral Precinct and North, which of course is what we've been focusing on here for the last few years, are a mixture of at-grade temporary parking, and we've done some analysis in recent days about how many at-grade temporary parks there might be in, say, a 500 metre or so radius of the Arts Precinct, and the numbers go up and down around the consenting there, but we're somewhere in the region of 1,000 to 1,300 spaces delivered by temporary at-grade consents in that area. And of course, obviously, in terms of looking to the future here, we're not including the continuation of those temporary spaces in any of our calculations.
And Councillor Davidson, that information has all been supplied to me. I'm just be working over tomorrow and the weekend to put that into a memo for councillors in an easily digestible way.
Oh, no. That's great. Thanks, Bruce. Can we also include the potential number of car parks that would be in the car parking building behind Ridges?
The Noah's one?
Yes, again, that's, as the report indicates, that's somewhat out of our control. But our understanding was that building used to have around 330 spaces. Not all of those were publicly available, of course, because a number were ancillary to the hotel. So if the hotel were to be repaired and reopened, I think our estimate is it may offer in the region of 250 publicly available parking spaces.
And I assume, though, if someone was going to look at repairing that car parking building to operate it for a business, they'd actually be looking at whether there's too many car parks in the area or not. So potentially us building another one will actually go over the optimal level and therefore make it uneconomic to repair that one behind Noah's.
So when we went to market around this, and we shared again this with the marketplace, we indicated that looking at all of these numbers and potential demands, which of course is very difficult to accurately calculate for this type of venue because it's changing all the time. But our view at the time was, and our advice at the time was, that there was probably a reasonable marketplace for somewhere around upper 600s, around 700 spaces placed north of Cathedral Square. Now, within the proposal before council at the moment, that is for 380 spaces. So this building alone does not meet what we believe to be the calculated supply need for that general area north of Cathedral Square. So obviously that gap could be made up by a number of options beyond what's before council today.
Yeah, it sort of feels like a car parking building in the PAT plus a car parking building in the Catholic diocese would actually go past that, optimum number for car parking buildings north of Cathedral Square. Anyhow, I look forward to seeing all the numbers. Thank you.
Right, well, Sam, it's your lucky day today. Sarah's agreed that I can call you first.
Thanks, Sarah and Leanne. Just two quick ones there. Sorry, I've got to go. But two things. In relation to Joe's deputation of the Catholic Diocese, there were two things that cropped up that I just need someone to clarify. The first one was the potential risk around the split of proceeds with the Crown if we don't, I guess if the intent because of it not being just for the precinct it occurs. Can someone talk through if there's any risk around if we were to proceed with the sale, whether we can be caught with a 50-50 sort of approach or, just based on Joe's
That's the definition of ancillary purposes. So
we don't believe there is a risk, but Luke can talk more to that.
Yeah, hi Sam, Luke Rees-Thomas here. We've already had initial discussions with the Crown around that encumbrance and that requirement for a split of the proceeds. The Crown is not expecting any proceeds from the sale. The use of the land fits within the encumbrance definition, which specifically includes car parking, which was always the anticipated use.
So the Crown's agreed that?
Yep.
Sam? So do we have that confirmed as such?
They've agreed to remove the encumbrance.
Yeah, we'll put that in writing for you.
Cool. Okay, thanks, Luke. And the other one is just around the consistency in terms of the RFP that went out, and then the proposal as such that's come back in, or that came in. Can we? I know it's probably we're a step further down the line than we were over this, but can someone just clarify if there's any risks around the intent of the RFP as opposed to what's actually gone through, sort of contingent on the sale? Does that kind of make sense?
So, I take it you're referring to the comment about the resource consent plans and the height compared to what's in the RFP. We need, given that the resource consent plans only arrived on Friday, haven't yet done that analysis, but that will be done. But one additional, I suppose, control assurance that's in place is that we, in the sale and purchase agreement, have a design approval clause. That means we need to approve the design as well. So that's separate to the resource consent process. So we would need to do that exercise as well. So that allows for that protection and consideration of that the design meets all of our needs, including that height on Gloucester Street.
Okay, thanks. And sorry, really quick last one to Sean Rainey, and it was around the Ombudsman and that information. And you mentioned that we had the 3rd of March is when we were in a position to actually release it. So did we release all that information on the 3rd of March?
No, we released the information on the 9th as a package with the once we'd finished consulting with the applicant as well. There was additional information outside of the application, which we also provided.
Okay, thanks. Hey, thanks, Leanne. I've had my share.
Yep. Okay, thank you. So I've got Sarah, Jake, and Pauline.
Thanks so much, Alison. The report makes the point that this is a decision on the sale of the land, not a car parking building or not. And so sort of implies that some of the feedback isn't as useful as others. But I'm just wondering, I don't recall us consulting on the building of a car park on the site at all. And I'm wondering if that means that this is kind of a proxy for that consultation as well. Did we consult at all on the building of the car park on the site?
I'm still working through each of the various consultations that are there because it has been addressed through a number of things at different times. I think it's probably fair to say with what I've got to that we have not specifically consulted and said we want to build a car park on the site, but it has been brought up and addressed in a number of other consultation mechanisms. And the one that springs most to mind is the Global Settlement Agreement the consultation on that specifically refers to a car park on the site. I've got to complete that analysis to make sure that I've covered that in all bases, and I'll provide that information to councillors before the meeting continues on next Tuesday.
Okay, thanks. And I didn't get to ask the Steve of the court deputation if you could find out for the deliberations how many car parks there actually were at the 8th grade car park that used to service the old Court Theatre at the Arts Centre, the old 8th grade one where Ravenscar is.
Oh, we can tell.
Yeah, we can.
We've got that information. We don't need to ask them. Yeah, because when we agreed to sell the land, we had all of that information.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. I was saying that. Sorry, I was saying that I didn't get to ask him, but you guys will know. So if we could find out from you, that would be and how far that car parking was from the entrance to the old Court Theatre, because my pick is it's at least 100 metres when I used to park there.
Literally directly over the road.
Over the road from the Arts Centre, but the Court Theatre was down a bit. Yeah. And so the other in the report, it talks about the testing, sort of the traffic testing shows that the network could cope with a second car park in the area, as opposed to the network needs a second car park in the area when it talks about the car parking. And I'm just wondering, it seems like quite a big difference.
All right, I'll hand to Tim to talk through that.
So we've tested the network in the area with this car park building added onto Gloucester Street. We've also tested it with potential possible changes to the traffic arrangements in and around Cathedral Square, as well as potentially Gloucester Street itself, around the works to upgrade Gloucester Street there. And we've also tested it were there to be an additional parking building also north of Armagh Street, which you've heard referred to this afternoon as part of the potential diocese development there. So our analyses around that indicate to us that the network should be able to cope reasonably well with both the parking building before council now, but also were there to be an additional secondary building north of Gloucester Street, then the network could cope with that as well. So in other words, it's not an either or in terms of the traffic effects on the network.
Okay. And with the plans for the Catholic diocese, I don't know, we haven't seen any detail there, but if it's possible to find out actually how far from the pedestrian exit from that car parking building it is to the Court Theatre, that would actually be really helpful. Thanks.
Yeah. John, maybe would that information have come up through the pre-application consultation for the Catholic proposal?
There hasn't been any pre-application consultation with the Catholic proposal yet, so we're unaware of the detail.
Okay, sorry. Well, we'll try and find that information out then.
Useful information before Tuesday. Thanks. That's all from me.
Dawn, before I call the rest of the councillors on the list, did you want to comment?
Thank you, Mayor. And I think that's the other thing in terms of, so once we finish the member questions, I'm pulling my team back together again to make sure we have landed all the different varying things that have come out this afternoon, because I'm really clear that we need to be able to give you the specific objective advice and taking the emotion out of it all, because it is obviously conflicting priorities. The other question, because it has just been said, there's been no pre-application discussions with the local authority around the diocese, is what I've just heard. Yep. Yet in the presentation is saying that the application the resource consent will be coming in shortly. Sarah, just to remind, and you may not have been there, the diocese did come in to present their overall vision and proposals in briefing not that long ago. And at the time, the diocese did say specifically it would be 4 years for them to be able to raise the funding. And we have heard 2 different timescales today in relation to the car park for the diocese. One from the lawyer and the other from Otakaro. So there is real conflicting information as well. Just wanted to get those points across.
Yeah, there's a little bit of follow-up work to do in terms of providing us with some material for next week. And I will talk to people as to whether we should really start the meeting a bit earlier on Tuesday, so that we've got time to continue the discussion prior to getting into debate. So
yes, you need as many facts as we can give you in light of what's been arisen today.
We do need to make a robust decision under the Local Government Act. That's requirement.
Yeah.
Okay. Jake, Pauline, Yanni, Tim.
2 questions from me. If this isn't to proceed on Tuesday, what do staff see as the available options open to us?
So when you say don't proceed, does that mean if the council decides not to sell?
Correct.
Yeah. So I've drafted up a potential alternative motion for that. If you just bear with me, I'll bring it up so that I've got it in front of me. I'm just waiting for some feedback from my colleagues on this before we put it through. Hold on a sec.
I've got another question for Tim while you're doing that, if you like. Tim, in an earlier staff report, there was some comment about the rates offset versus owning and operating the car park building itself versus the proceeds of the sale of the land, and it had some figures around those 2 different alternatives. Are you able to comment what the difference in quantum is?
I don't recall, but yes, those figures were in the April 21 report before council, and I think they looked at the difference in terms of the rate benefit to council from both it building the parking building itself, or alternatively the parking building being built by a third party as per the recommendation before you. I believe that the overall rate benefit to council from building itself was beneficial over the long term, over the entire term of the facility. In other words, if council built it itself, the total rate would be better. It was quite marginal, but I think what the report referred to at the time was risk around the revenue from that over that period of time, which we've heard about from some submitters this afternoon in terms of the public's changing attitudes towards car use and so on. So that needs to be borne in mind, as would what the actual capital cost to council would be around delivering this facility in terms of recent increases in construction price index and so on and so forth. So those numbers would need to be revisited now, I would imagine.
So was it, just following up on that one, was it marginal or was it twice? I think I remember the rates offset was twice.
It was a proportion of a single percentage point, and I'm afraid I do have the numbers with me, but they are in that April of.
Yeah, we'll get that and bring that point in the additional advice, Councillor.
That is appended to the report, Councillor.
Marginal in terms of how much rates go up in total. So going back to you, Bruce?
Yep. So found this, and the reason why I haven't got responses because it failed to hit send. So look, some of the consequences that I'll be talking about and just bringing to your attention in that alternative resolution is that such a decision would mean you'd terminate the sale and purchase agreement with Wilson Parking. But you'd need to get additional advice from staff around options for the use of the land that was no longer required for parking. I would suspect that you would want to seek options to accelerate transport mode shift to meet the needs of users and occupiers of the performing arts precinct and other nearby facilities. and you'd want information on the consequential impacts of your decision on the roading network and the community facility operations.
All good?
And we'd need to know the risk profile in terms of legal challenge.
Yeah, that's identified in the paper. Thank you. Pauline?
Thank you. Look, I just wanted to know, could you please tell me the date that the Catholic Diocese project went public? If you can't do that today, if you could put that in a memo, that would be great.
I haven't seen it in the. I haven't seen images of it in the public arena.
Yeah.
It was in the paper.
So,
Is it?
yeah, we're certainly relying on the time frame, and I'm accept that we may have been wrong in compared to the program, the project program that the diocese have. But there's an article in New Zealand Catholic magazine on the 27th of May 2021 that talked about the timeframes that we referred to in the report. But as I say, except that the project program may have a different date to what was in the public release.
But the images, when did they go public?
I'd have to check on that. These have only got block diagrams from last year.
When did they present to us?
Yeah, that was. I don't think it's gone public, so I don't know. But you can have a talk to them as well.
Yep.
Because my understanding is that we got an earlier heads up prior to the resource consent being lodged, in the same way that they said that they're talking to Ngāi Tuhuriri about the some of the cultural aspects of the precinct and the master plan. I think that's what she said. So, yep. All right, Yanni.
Cool, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, cool, okay. Thank you for the report. I've put a question into the Office of the CE around some other documents that are currently in public excluded, so obviously don't expect you to answer that now, but just to say it would be quite good to circulate those to councillors ahead of Tuesday. Can I also just ask under 5.19, I don't see any staff assessment of Wilson's as a good corporate citizen or a socially responsible company. And
was this
it just seems like...
Is this in the, sorry, the paper last year when we approved it? Are you going back to
no, this is... this is back a bit before, but 5.19...
Page 134 today.
Oh.
Yeah.
5.19, 134 is the staff have considered submissions in relation to the proposed purchase of being Wilson Parking Limited. And what I couldn't see in there was any response to the concerns that people have raised, and quite a few people actually, about the suitability of them as an operator. So can you just help me understand what assessment was done at the time of procuring with Wilson's around that, and what thoughts you have in terms of, if this does proceed, how that can be mitigated to address the concerns that people have raised?
Yanni, that's a perfectly legitimate question, and we're just going to leave that question with staff so that they can take that away and work on the response to it. I'm very mindful of the fact that we have consulted on the land sale, and we are not consulting on the Wilson's thing, but as has been identified, one falls over because of a decision against the other. So, there's legitimacy to your question, but I'm not going to ask staff to answer it off the cuff now, because the earlier paper that we considered around their submission of the contract and the elements in relation to the assessment of the procurement, I don't know whether that's in public or with.
Yeah, and as I say, I wasn't involved in those papers, so I'd need to do that research to be able to answer that.
Yeah.
I'm happy to get response before Tuesday.
Yeah, no,
That's
we
fine.
will get the response before Tuesday. Thanks.
I guess the other thing is that there's no real discussion in that response that that kind of talks about our own central city parking strategy. So my understanding is that we've made a call as a council not to provide public car parking buildings through that strategy.
Like, I think that is actually in the report. And one of the clear things is that you don't want to see further off-street car parks except for those already committed to at Parakiori and associated with the Performing Arts Precinct. So that was your policy from 2021. So this is consistent with that policy, but reflects that we're on the cusp of a change and we want to see more mode shift, but you've recognised that there is still demand that needs to be met, and this is, with Parakiori, the last of the off-street car parks that council will build in the central city.
Right, sure, get that. I guess what I'm interested in is if we choose not to sell the land to Wilson's, and there's still a requirement that we have to build a car park in this space, does our policy preclude us from doing it as a council, or can we still do it, but we just note an exception to our policy?
No, you can still do it, but you would need to make that as a separate decision that you want to go that way, because that's not the decision that you have on the books at the moment. Okay. And you would need to consider that within your financial situation and whether you've got the capital available to do that.
Sure. And one of the other submitters raised other locations is obviously with Otakaro, they're doing the Fletchers, and the other developers are doing the Eastern Frame. There was also mention of opposite the town hall. So when it comes back, are we able to get a sense of other alternative locations where we might be able to have a car park if that was the direction we went?
Yeah, I think we can probably answer that today. I'll start with the car park opposite the town hall. That land has been sold by DCL through to developers for residential development and mixed-use development, and our strong position, or the strong position that was put in that, was it was not to be used for a car park in the long term. So that site's out. We can certainly talk to Otakaro to see if there are unsold sites in the central city, but I believe that there is been a significant demand for residential, which has accelerated the release of some of that land for residential, including changes to some of the contracts in there. So I don't believe that's a viable option as well. Tim, are you aware of any other sites?
No, I mean, when we went to market the first time, we looked for potential sites for the original expression of interest, very close to the Performing Arts Precinct. So we pretty much drew the line at the river. We were interested in sites between effectively Madras Street, Durham Street, and sort of south to Cathedral Square. The sites that really presented themselves were those that have been mentioned this afternoon, and that is the potential site, obviously north of Armagh Street, and then the former Ridges Hotel parking building there. No others, from my recollection, surfaced around that time of expression of interest, and obviously because of the locality of the desire of a parking building being close to those theatre venues, the convention centre and Taronga, and in terms of the facilities it's delivering in terms of mobility parking and so on and so forth. So that's why we've really landed on something pretty close to the Performing Arts Precinct being the best location.
Okay. Yeah, I just think it would be good when we come to Tuesday to have maybe a one-pager of why those alternatives are not feasible. Also, I don't recall us making a decision to have no car parking opposite the town hall. In fact, my recollection is that there was feedback given when we saw some of the plans that there was going to be a need for car parking in that area. So, but if we could just get that clarified before Tuesday, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Tim and Sarah.
Thank you. 3 quick ones. First of all, I've got a whole raft of questions which I'd like to send in tomorrow once I've got my head around them. So, Dawn, do I send them through the office of the CE? Thank you. Second question, the Court Theatre car park, where Ravenscar House is now, my memory, and Bruce, you could just double check for in the future, it wasn't the Court Theatre car park, it was the Arts Centre car park, and that serviced the Ducks Deluxe, the physics room, which had a number of different guises over the years, Annie's Wine Bar and the Great Hall. So it actually serviced the Arts Centre. There were
in the museum
leased car parks, and the museum, yeah. So there were leased car parks, and some of them were leased from the Arts Centre, from the Court Theatre. But could we actually know exactly how many free car parks for use of the public?
Yeah, I can answer that now.
We're going to get that.
Yeah, well, the information's come through while we've been here. So the total car parks there were 82, 27 of them were casual, and 55 were leased. So I will put that into the omnibus response as well.
Great, thank you. And the final one, Dawn, when we have a 2-stage decision, and it's happened before, and I can't remember off my head, but I do remember getting kind of annoyed, is when we have a 2-stage decision like this, where we've made the first decision, but it can fall over because of things changing and information coming up, and then we get, there could be legal risk, etc. I think that's got to be made really clear to all councillors at the very start of the first decision. And I don't think this was, I certainly know, and I can't remember what the earlier one was, I've been here for so long, but I do remember the first time it happened, I was quite surprised. So if we can just take a note of that and make that really clear for the future.
Completely agree with you, Tim. In fact, I prefer not to have 2-stage decisions of this nature. It's quite unusual in my experience.
Yeah.
And it's dragged on for years and years and years.
Yep. I think that what's happened,
we had this debate at the time.
Well, hang on. There were 2 things that happened. One was the intervention of COVID. We had a deal. We struck a deal. We had an agreement, and then that fell over. We went back out to market, and I guess what I missed along the way, that somebody would interpret that the definition of a park would include land that had been gifted to us as part of the Performing Arts Precinct just because we owned it. So it just seemed to me that we ended up in a consultation on land use separate. So I agree with you, Tim, it should not happen again. So we should be alert to it from the get-go. We didn't consult originally. Well, we didn't go out to market originally with sale in mind. But the alternatives, and I won't go into the alternative offers that we had because they would be, I guess, interesting, and we didn't accept them for some reasons. So we've got to go through all of this, and that's why I'm thinking that we want some lessons learned as well, regardless of the outcome.
Yeah.
Thank you for raising it.
Yeah. Can I just comment on one of your points there, Madam Mayor? We have put up on the website a summary that doesn't identify anyone and doesn't provide any commercial and confidence information about the 4 submissions that we received, so that the public can see the types of things that you had to consider, but without giving away any commercial information or any identifying information.
Oh, well, I think I've missed that. So it might be quite good to sort of add that to the agenda for the meeting, so that people can actually, turn their mind and attention to that. Because, I mean, we had other options in front of us, and this was in a different category. So thank you. Thank you, Tim. There's really good questions. Sarah?
Thanks. 2 quick things actually. My first point was going to be on the that exact risk thing. So I think one of the other ones was the decision to grant money for the cathedral, and that was it was an agreement we made with an outside organisation ahead of public consultation and subject to. So I think we need to just look at whether we do enter agreements with third parties subject to anything, or whether we consult first before we enter agreements in the future, and getting some advice on that would be good. The other one is kind of related to the numbers of car parks and things, and just an idea of the numbers of patrons at the old Court Theatre and the seating there, and the numbers at the new Court Theatre. So when we're looking at the old and new car parking and stuff, we've got an idea of how many they had attending each night as well.
Yeah.
That would be good.
I don't have those figures myself, but Peter McGibbon is online.
For
Peter,
Tuesday would be fine.
do you have that?
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I don't have them at hand, but yeah, we could get them for Tuesday.
That's fine. Yep, that'd be great. Thanks.
All right, and I think that's all of the questions. So that's quite a lot to be going on with. So my question is that would it be better to start the meeting at 10 o'clock? I'm getting a nod from staff, so I think at this point I shall adjourn the meeting until 10 o'clock on Tuesday, the 15th of March. So thank you very much for all of the work today, and we'll see you back here on Tuesday. And thanks everyone very much. Thank you.
Got it.
See you.
Thank you. See you.